Here in my cart, I feel safest of all. I can lock all my doors. It's the only way to live in carts. Here in my carts. Hello, Charky.
Hey, Cass, I'm back.
Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Welcome to Kursed Kart Racers, episode
Six.
Six-a-row, as they say in some country, I'm sure. This is a show...
I think that was a startup that provided you sixes, easy access to sixes by squeezing a bottle full of...
Oh, Juicero jokes in 2025. We're on the cutting edge of comedy.
I never stopped thinking about Juicero.
This is the show in which we play the Kursed Kart Racer games. Welcome back, Charky. Welcome back. Welcome me back.
Oh, yeah, welcome back, too. Welcome
Thank
back to you as well.
We're both back. We're both here. We're ready to play.
If you're watching on YouTube, it probably doesn't seem that much if you're watching this from the future. But yeah, we've both been kind of out of action for a bit for various reasons. Moving and busy work, etc. But we are back.
And we're back to kick some tail as the intro to a video game. I can't remember which one. We're finally back. Wow, I'm really dragging this intro out. This is the show where we play the kart racers, and this is the episode in which we continue to play games released in the 5th generation of consoles, so PS1, N64, and maybe a couple of other cheeky picks, maybe a couple of PC games, maybe, just maybe, a NUON game for the first time on the show. There's only 8 games for that console, for that system, so very limited amount of appearances that thing can potentially make in the course of the show, but we will cross that bridge when we get there, presumably in a cart, which we'll be driving a lot of tonight. Let me just say also that speaking of cars, speaking of driving, I drove down from my previous state of residence down to my new state of residence, and that took about the better part of 2 days. But I feel like a more seasoned driver for it. It's my first time successfully managing such an excursion, such a road trip.
Yes, I saw you posted right when the move started. You were saying, well, I hope this doesn't happen again, and you had the old picture of your car that had flipped over the last time you tried to move. And I didn't recognize it as the old picture at first. I thought it was a new picture, and I thought it almost had like a fucking heart attack. I was like, God damn, how'd you do this?
Not again, for a third time. I was kind of, I'll admit, I was kind of hoping for that response. I think it's very funny to freak. I mean, because the thing that happened was when I had my rollover, driving from a different state to a different state previously 3 years ago. And as soon as it happened, as soon as I got out of the car and took the photo of it, I was just texting it to the people who were expecting me to arrive in state in the next several days. And I just said, oops, with a picture of a car just completely upended. I don't know if they appreciated it. I don't know if they found it as funny as I did. But,
well, we'll see tonight if you're a better kart racer.
With any luck.
Car racer.
Can't be much worse. Hello, Shane. Hello, Rerez TV. We're about to get to the most important segment of the show, the most essential, the one that everyone looks forward to in the Kursed Kart Racer segment, really across all of our episodes. And that is, of course, the long-awaited, long-overdue Charky Stream Snack.
All right. Tonight's stream snack is Farm Rich Jalapeno Poppers, yet again. Love them. And our drink, this is the new one. This is C4 Smart Energy Sparkling Peach Mango. Now, this has different labeling and different, a look to it than the normal C4. I think they want this to be I think they want normal C4 to be the more in-your-face, kind of drink this at the gym, energy drink kind of stuff. And this one has a orange to very light yellow gradient and sparkling in italics. And I think they want this to be the, hey ladies, drink this at the gym kind of an energy drink.
Magic
It's
Meows
still called
asks,
C4.
Is it smart because it has Wi-Fi enabled? Is this a Wi-Fi enabled energy drink?
Oh no, it's smart because it has natural energy, boosts metabolism, supports fat loss, and sharpens mental focus. And there are like asterisks next to each thing here.
Not proven by scientists, not proven by anyone. This is actually a straight up lie. We're hoping we can get this past you. If we put this in asterisks, our lawyers say it's okay, actually.
Oh, I mean, the Bang CEO can apparently say that Bang can help cure mental disabilities of various sorts.
You're telling me you can't?
You could say, well, you know what? Keep drinking and find out. But tonight, let's drink this sparkling peach mango from C4. Give it a shot.
And while you're doing that, I'm about to open up my Monster Energy, as is customary.
Now, they say sparkling. I mean, normal C4 is also caffeinated, so I don't know what they were trying to go for here, but it's an alright peach mango. It is, like, peach is one of those flavors that a lot of energy drinks do, and this is not a bad one at all.
I had a matcha lemonade earlier today. Is that worth anything? Does anyone care? Does anyone?
Was it one of the Panera Bread ones that kill you?
No, I wish. No, we went to one of those Asian supermarkets that had a food court in. It was very nice. We picked up some soju. So I'm gonna drink that later. I've been drinking all day today because the place where we moved celebrated St. Patrick's Day early.
Oh, you've been drinking all day today.
Oh, you betcha. It only improves the state of the show, if you ask me. Presumably. I wouldn't know. I'm drunk while I... so...
well, I have already started drinking my energy drink, so I think that'll do it for the stream snack now.
Very good. Goodbye, Charky Stream Snack. Not goodbye to Charky. You're still here. We're still here, and the main stage is still here. And our first game of the night tonight will be Walt Disney World Magical Racing Tour. No, I'm sorry. Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour. That's a horrible logo treatment there.
More adjectives. Can we put in the budget for more adjectives in this?
Hey, you know who made this game? Crystal Dynamics.
Rare. Damn it.
Good guess. We have a later Disney racer that is Rare developed, but we'll get there when we get there. Developed by Crystal Dynamics, published by Eidos Interactive in March 2000 for the PlayStation. We have previously played the Game Boy Color conversion of this game, which was strange, which was a side view, almost like a platformer kart racer. So we'll see what this one looks like. We'll see if this one follows in that formula, or if it is just a more traditional style of a Cartier Racer.
I'm looking forward to seeing my favorite character, my favorite Disney character in this game.
And who's that? Do you remember their name? This is where I challenge you on your bit.
Oh. No, I don't remember their name at all.
Perfect.
I didn't know it in the first place. I just look at that guy, I'm like, oh yeah, this is my favorite.
Dial this volume in, aren't I? Also, I moved my microphone around. I changed my setup again since the last episode I did, so hopefully things are a little bit more audible, a little clearer, a little less echoey, so on and so forth. And also, I'm not having to stand up between every other game to play Wii games, so that's good.
Yeah, that's not until like episode 20 of the show.
Oh god, that's gonna be brutal. When we get to the Wii era of this shit, dude, it's gonna be fucking rough. Because I know what games are coming up. There we go. That's our guy. You know what? It really is a small world after all. That much I can say with confidence.
I remember I was on that ride once. I think we go. What? I'm sorry. What is wrong with that, man?
These are the people who show up to Disney World. If you go to Disney World, you're liable to see these guests in the park.
I'm trying to remember if it was Small World or not, but when we went to Disney, one of the people we were with said, Right. One of the people we have said, like, listen, we got to go on this ride. And we went on it. And we're all like, that ride sucked. And he was like, yeah, I got to go on it every time to remind myself how much this ride fucking sucks.
Remember what it's like. Adventure, time trial, best times. You know what I'm not noticing here? No two-player.
Oh, versus? Oh, okay, I get to eat.
Well, hello there.
Oh, I hate Steve.
The name? Jiminy Cricket. And today, I have a tale for you that's sure to...
This is a preview of the CG they used in the upcoming live-action Pinocchio movie.
It's all here.
You ever see that video that's like the slow motion of the really big guy getting shot in the gut with like a cannonball
Yeah,
and the ripples coming out? Like, that's what his face looks like when he talks.
Through a small door in the side of the castle, they discovered a path that leads to one of the hidden treasures of the park.
Then they built a gummy spaceship and they took it out to the other floating islands in the sky, you see.
Creation. And you know, it's used every night to shoot off the most beautiful fireworks. Well, those curious...
I won't give away what state I'm in, but let's just say I'm very close to Disney World, closer than I was before.
...into it. And the machine didn't like that one bit.
That means you're either close to California or close to Florida, because I don't remember.
I could be Disney World Tokyo, for all you know.
That's true.
And Springo pneumatic so badly that it just stopped working altogether. All our furry little friends...
I'm putting literally all of your fireworks in, considering it's Chip and Dale, something along the lines of a 1 foot by 1 foot, and putting every single firework for the entire company in there is probably like a real big hazard.
Also, putting chipmunks in charge of your fireworks show, I wouldn't trust them.
Everyone visiting the park is depending on you.
I feel like I mentioned this last time we did this game. Remember that Chip and Dale's movie that came out semi-recently, and the whole gimmick was like, oh, it's 3D animation versus 2D animation, but they were both in 3D animation. They both looked awful.
Yes. Tiara Damage. Dale. Who could this be?
Oh, is our boy locked?
So is this Robo-Duck. Bruno Biggs, who I thought for a second was Charlie Brown. I'm not going to lie here. I saw the stripes on the yellow shirt, but I can clearly see that's MM for Mickey Mouse. Mo Whiplash. Amateur Pilot. Otto Plugnut. Oliver Chickley III. Polly Roger. And your favorite, Baron Carlot. How can you forget that name?
There he is, Baron Carlot. That's my favorite.
And then Chip and Amanda Sparkle. For you, I will play as... These are my initials, all right?
Excellent.
If folk want to dox me, my initials are BAD.
Welcome to the status screen. This is where you'll be able to track your progress. Oh, and if you'd like a little help, just press the hint button, and I'll see what I can do.
I'm glad he's not charging for the advice.
Because I don't think he said circle.
The power boosters will give you a real burst of speed in the turns. To get a boost, just hold that R1 button, then release it while you're in a sharp turn. Oh, and hold on to your hat.
So drifting.
Hold on to your ass.
Check out this. You know what? I know I'm close to Disney World now, but why would I need to go there when I can just visit it on the PlayStation? Yeah. We got the Magic Kingdom, Splash Mountain, Haunted Mansion, Big Thunder Mountain, Space Mountain, a lot of mountains there. At Epcot, we got the Test Track. We got Typhoon Lagoon. Disney Studios, RIP.
Illegible.
Oh, wait, they have the Rock and Roller Coaster. This is hellish to navigate, can I just say?
Yeah.
That there's no sense of direction.
Was Rock and Roller Coaster the Aerosmith one?
It sure is. Do you want to see if Aerosmith is still here? Do you want to get copyright dinged? Do you want to... Well, first of all, let me just double check.
I'm sure we already got copyright dinged by all of this It's a Small World that's been playing.
Dinosaur at Animal Kingdom. Oh, we forgot Pirates of the Caribbean. Of course, how could we forget?
This was before people cared about Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, we can't?
It's grayed out.
It's not.
I don't think we have that many tracks available to us at current. So we'll just pick the one that we got. Hopefully, if there is a hidden multiplayer mode in this, we can find a way to access.
Sea Reserve asks, so is this a masquerade promo for the park? Literally anything Disney
is a promo,
for the park.
It's a kart racer.
Oh,
That's how you confirm. Yeah.
I don't like what this camera is doing. Not so much as back when we
Muppets.
played the Muppets one. I still don't like what this camera is doing.
And you know, mercifully, this is not a side view racer, which the Muppets game was.
More or less, yeah.
Oh, we're getting some frames though. You love to see it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that. Wondering if we got our parsec stuff fixed up yet because it was
It should be. We're wired in. We got Ethernet.
Yeah. Just saying, because the game was not behaving.
Rarely does.
So, okay. You have coins and you have what you calls them? Those green sparks. I assume one of those increases your max speed. And whatever the other one is, I don't know.
It is a mystery. Ooh, man, it really looks like you really need to nail those,
Oh, that's a hard drift.
There we go, we got back on track. Man, this is a long-ass track,
nope.
boy howdy.
I was also going to say that it seems like the AI kind of already has no mercy for a children's kart racing game.
There was no difficulty select. We went to the options. There was nothing there. I don't even know what hit me there. Must have been something from behind.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should be collecting more of these coins. I wonder if these work the same way as coins in a Mario Kart, where they speed you up somewhat.
Right. I'm saying, I don't know. That was my assumption, but I also do not know what those little green sparkles are.
Maybe that's my power-up. Maybe that's one of the items I'm using, and it's meant to dazzle and distract the competitors behind us. I got red acorns. I vaguely know how to use them. Oh god, everyone casts frog on me. It's like Final Fantasy. It's like Chocobo Kart all over again.
This is the original Kingdom Hearts, the meeting of Square Enix and Disney.
Yeah, they were testing the waters here. A true innovator. Remember all the dinosaurs in the Old West, by the way? They're right there with the aliens.
There's got to be a...
Yeah.
I was about to say, there's got to be a Cowboys versus Dinosaurs. There's got to be multiple of them, but I can't name any off the top of my head.
Oh, there's that famous movie where it's like the stop-motion T-Rex versus the Cowboys, and they're trying to lasso it and stuff. That's not like Beast of the Yucca Flats, is it? I should know the name of that movie.
I wouldn't know the name off the top of my head. Okay, so... Okay, here's the thing. Gold coins, yes, that increases your top speed. How are you only at the end of lap 2? Jesus Christ.
Every lap is a minute 40 seconds.
So, gold coins is go faster. The green things are lucky fairies. According to this guide on GameFAQs, the manual says these will help get better power-ups and make other racers mess up, but I haven't noticed.
Great. I was imagining that I thought you were reading out of the manual for a second, and the manual was just like, we haven't noticed this. The developers tell us that this is how it works, but we haven't seen anything to prove it one way or the other.
Yeah, the guide says, once I got all 8 and nothing seemed to happen, I must be missing something. And publish guide.
A lot of gamific back in the day, they just post them unfinished. They would just crib, like, community citation on it. They'd be like, thank you to this person for figuring out how this mechanic works. I didn't know when I started writing this guide, but this rando did, so...
Also, apparently, if you go through 3 blue rings in a race, it will open up a nearby shortcut.
That would explain the rings. Solve my maze.
Whoops. I closed chat by accident.
Oh, we're gonna get robbed at the... Oh my god! Well, Mario Kart, eat your heart out.
There's not...
on. No! Are you kidding me?
Come on. Well, podium.
Not bad, but not quite fast enough.
No, it is bad. It is bad. Look, best lap time is bad.
That doesn't count.
Podium doesn't count? Jesus.
I don't even want to look at it. Let me see if it unlocks the next track. Let's see. Nothing.
Nope.
Fuck
we can't
this.
play that. I was about to say, there's not 5 minutes worth of Buffalo Gal. We can't do.
Come on, come on. No whammies. You know, that's still better. I got hit by 2 in a row last time, so we're already doing better on this.
Those acorns will block. Well, it doesn't matter now, but I was about to say those acorns will block incoming things. Like, real harsh. Again, like, I have to assume this game is aimed at children.
You would think so. With all their favorite characters, like that guy.
You've won your first race and earned the first piece of the Walt Disney...
Win! First place!
You just need to take that driving skill onto our next attraction. Happy driving!
Well, thank you.
I'm gonna go home and have sex with my wife.
It's quite the characterization you've imagined for this fucking guy. Alright, which of these tracks, what are we allowed to race on?
Any of the ones that don't have that blue highlight on it.
That's a bad way to. So the red ones, it's the ones that are red. Dinosaur. Oh,
now,
this is the indoor track. This is the one that has Bill Nye in it. If I remember correctly.
Okay. So this isn't based on the animatronic puppet show Dinosaur.
No, this is. I vaguely remember this. This probably isn't even around at Disney World anymore. I mean, nothing
Probably
that
not.
I remember that I would remember. Club Cola, is that still around? I think not. It's a place where you can drink Coca-Colas from around the world at Epcot.
I went to Disney in like 2030, so I don't know.
It's probably just more Pirates of the Caribbean shit now, maybe some Star Wars. Everything cool is just, they replaced it with Star Wars ties in with the Galaxy's Edge and their Avatar world or whatever. That's Disney, right?
They got it. They got to have a bunch of Marvel stuff now at Disney, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. This game is fine. It's good that they're leveraging, you know, amusements from the park. It's a smart way to do this. It's a smart way to entice kids, yeah.
And leveraging Boris.
Yeah, of course, they're the most classic character. You know, back in the day it was Oswald and it was Boris. Those were the two guys, and... Ooh! I felt like I was driving into an obstacle there, but apparently not. 1.5 minutes. Long-ass tracks. Maybe too long. You know, how long is a ride at Disney?
These are the intro tracks, too.
Yeah, I can only imagine them getting longer and more winded. This frog shit has to go. They have to stop doing that. At least I can still drive while this is happening. At least I'm still maintaining some sort of speed, so I'll take that. Now, where's Ellen's Energy Adventure in this game? That's gonna be a fun ride.
What theme park has all the Harry Potter shit?
That's Universal.
Okay.
Also, I think someone in the
Universal's
chat was
still around.
asking... Can you see who in the chat was asking what game this is? So I can tell them what game this is.
Yes, Roy Johnson, 490, asks, what is this?
This is Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour. Bad title. They could have taken the quest out of there.
Mr. Taco says, I've noticed they're reusing the music from the prehistory levels in Gex Enter the Gecko for this track's music.
This is Crystal Dynamics. I guess it's within their rights to do that, right?
Yeah.
Who's going to sue them?
Means that,
them?
Which also means that Gex is canon to Disney.
I can't wait for the Gex ride. When they get sick of that Star Wars stuff, when they realize where the real moneymaker is. They're gonna call the ride Tail Time with Gex.
When's
Those
that
are
Gex
internal
trilogy
documents.
supposed to come out again?
Not soon enough, baby. Oh my god. This game is so cruel. Between the long ass tracks and like Nintendo levels of just like mean bullshit of blue shell style hijinks. Barely made that. Oh, this is the last lap too. We're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Unless. No, we're fucked. That's it.
Unless everyone gets pulled over by the police.
Unless I get the frog power up. That would be a game changer. That would be a great equalizer. I don't think it's gonna happen.
No.
You have 30 seconds. Yeah, decent theming, which you would hope in a Disney product. That it would have some amount of theming, especially one based on the parks.
For a brief moment, as you were like twisting around and the engine was like revving up and down really fast, like and fluctuating a bunch.
Fuck that, I'm
I could
rewinding.
have sworn like the sound of the engine was like trying to do It's a Small World After All. Like that's definitely just in my head, but
First place. Give it another try, why don't you?
No thanks. Don't look at me like that. Don't you look at me. Don't perceive me right now. He looks as excited to be in second place as he was in first, our guy. Our little Baron.
all I care about's my wife. I love her so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, man, we're cool. You cool? You saved. We saved. Yeah, totally, man. It's okay. Yeah, don't worry about that. We got that covered. Huh? Yeah, my initials haven't changed.
It's just another pop-up on the screen. Just checking.
Oh my god, okay. I see what this game is doing. To go backwards is to go through every menu. Oh, nope, can't back out of this. There's no backing up past this point. So I can't go back to the main menu. I can't adjust options. I can't try the time trial mode.
I don't know, the safety bars are down on this ride. You were locked in.
That's horrible UI. That's not good. Would it have been that tough? Okay, let me check something, because I'm seeing a screenshot of the title screen that would seem to imply that there should be multiplayer in this. It might be one of those things where it needs to detect both controllers before it offers the option. Hey, there we go.
Hey, there we go.
Now, I know Baron von What's-His-Face is your favorite guy, but we should probably endeavor to check out some of the other racers here.
Sure, I have a second favorite. Tiara Damage. Yeah, ha ha ha.
Oh, look at that. Do you think there might be, like, at the Blizzard Beach and some of the other places, there might be, like, unique cars?
Hey, do
Some
we
of the
have
tracks.
everything unlocked now? Because I noticed the highlighting is gone.
That would be awful nice of them if so. If they just said, like...
Try the rock and roll coaster, because we couldn't do that before.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, that's something that we usually don't see in these games.
Nice of them.
Yeah.
No other racers on the track.
Yeah.
Also, why'd they put those safety barricades behind us? Just so we can't drive in reverse, we can't accidentally go the wrong way?
Maybe?
Woo.
Well, I guess the song really is going for it. It is the rock and roller coaster. It is not Aerosmith, but...
This way to rock, this way to roll. But then it's just straight ahead. There's no...
Then it's just straightforward, yeah.
I saw the intersection of rock and roll and I went forward.
The illusion of choice. So, This is the only
Oh, this is a
roller
seeker
coaster.
missile.
This is the only roller coaster I've ever been on in my
short
life.
time, your fate will be
Oops, sorry,
sealed.
I remember being on it, and I kind of didn't want to be on it because, you know, roller coasters, the idea of them kind of scared me. But I got on it, I had fun, but I remember that roller coaster just fucking starts. You go from 0 to like 70 in a second or whatever. You just get launched. And I remember like the first, what felt like 10 seconds. I don't know if it was that long. I was just like wide-eyed and like staring forward and just sitting there embracing myself. And I wasn't making any noise. And I had the thought to myself, I should probably scream. And then I just
You don't
started
have
like
to. It's not mandatory.
screaming. Oh no, it was fun. Once I started screaming, I was like, oh, I get why people do this.
Hey, you want to see something fun?
Frog boost! No? Okay.
That lasts so long.
How? What is the button to do
L1
Okay.
to use item. So you're not a big roller coaster rider then?
No, like I said, I've only been on the one. I passed up the opportunity to go on Space Mountain later that trip. Although I used that opportunity while everyone else was doing Space Mountain to play Disney Dance Dance Revolution on an actual machine.
Ooh.
So I think I had the better time.
I remember they, I don't remember what the name of this product was, but they sold like a little LCD handheld game at the parks where it had like a little like radio or something in it. So if you went to different sections of the park, it would load up different levels to match. But, you know, it was all this, like, bad platforming. It wasn't, like, none of them were particularly good. It wasn't a good game. It was just a neat little novelty that they tied into the park experience.
And I assume if you took it out of the park, you would never be able to do anything with it.
I asked about that. I think there was, like, a button you could, like, one of those little, like, divot ones. Like the old, like, Tiger electronic handhelds. Like, if you put a little pencil into, like, a little, like, tiny hole, discrete hole on the back, you can just... I think there was one of those, or there was, like, some button combination you could do that would just unlock everything at all times. And I'm like, well, let's do that. Just let me do that so I can get some value out of this thing when I take it out of this park. And then I think it would went quickly to the attic, went quickly to the cupboard of things that I never thought about ever again. This.
I really should have saved that
shit.
closer to the end of the race, just to really fuck with you. To avoid that happening.
Well, you live and learn. I do kind of want to see the Haunted Mansion here, but also these are the longest races of all time.
We can see one lap of Haunted Mansion. How about that?
Okay. That's compromise, folks. That's teamwork makes the dream work. DreamWorks Interactive, not to be confused with
Yes.
Walt Disney Interactive Division.
They'll get their amusement park someday. The smirkiest place on earth. For whatever reason, I have a hard time actually running into the power-ups.
Yeah, there's something. It's not the worst controlling game, right? It's fine, but it does leave something to be desired in terms of the turning and steering and.
I think every single one of those miss you.
You were so close.
So close. Okay, let's check out one lap of Haunted Mansion.
All right. It's a small park after all. Now, warning, this might be spooky. So, you know, govern yourselves accordingly, folks.
I think this might have been my favorite thing I went to when I went to Disney.
I like roller coasters well enough, but I prefer themed things, like the slower rides that are just like, hey, look at all this cool shit we made.
Oh, does it have lyrics?
Yes, they do have lyrics. Also, they gave me a frog even though I was in first place.
What? Oh, this goes...
Why? Oh, this is a bad track.
Yes, this is a very
say-
bad track. This way, this way. Whoever redeemed the Solve My Maze, you did it way too early.
Oh my god, these turns come out of nowhere. Jesus wept.
Yeah,
no, let me
this
turn
truck is bad.
around. Ugh. I'm
Way
glad we
too
played
tight,
this.
too.
Now we know.
Will be
Yeah.
sealed, Superman.
Okay, thank you. Now we've had it at the right time.
This song is
Oh,
absolutely copyrighted, isn't it? We're just...
Oh, maybe it's a cover.
Bobby Boris Pickett presents the Haunted Mansion theme. The Haunted Mansion Mash. That was the missing Bobby Boris Pickett update of that song.
How
Dude
did
had a million.
Where am I going now?
Into the corner. Oh my god!
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Can I crash the PlayStation?
This...
I'm generating so many sparks right now by doing this.
This gives me time to perfect my boost. Yeah, you're just making a whole bunch of particles right now, ain't you?
Yeah, this is great. Alright, I can't figure out what reverse is.
I don't think there is a reverse.
Oh, I found it. Okay.
What was it, out of curiosity?
I think I just had to hold back on the D-pad.
Hey, guess what?
Yeah.
Why? That's like putting. That's like in Mario Kart 64. They let you use the lightning
Oh,
while you were in first place.
Look what I did! Oh my god!
What
I
are
clipped
you?
through a wall. I clipped through a wall.
Who? Well, you're like a
think that
ghost.
might
You're
have-
incorporeal.
I think that might have been where like the shortcut was supposed to open if I did it correctly, but like I wedged myself into the wall still and got through it.
I did my lap, by the way, so now I'm trying to.
You have to steer that.
I'm doing the mirror track. There we go. We passed by each other.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna do it for
All right.
Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour, because
a-
boy howdy, this last track revealed a lot of.
Yeah.
It revealed a lot. We'll keep it at that. We'll leave
I'm
the
gonna have to
summation
clip.
at that.
I'm gonna have to clip later, like breaking through the map.
Well, we'll see if more hijinks are in store in our next game.
Oh damn! Mr. Chaka said, "How bad would it be if you both did it?" Oh well.
We
We'll
probably
never
would have
know.
broken it. That probably would have killed the PlayStation. Speaking of killing the PlayStation, you know what? I'm over this console shit. Let's bring it
Yeah,
back to computers.
Yeah, I understand. I get you.
TuxKart. Starring, what's his name? Tux the Penguin. This is a Linux game released in the year 2000. We are specifically playing version 0.4.0, which released March 19th, 2004, but the original release of this game, its 0.1.0 release, was April 13th of 2000, but I could not find that original version. Folk might know that there is a Super TuxKart that is still actively maintained today, and you can download on Windows and on Mac and and on Linux, I guess, if you're crazy like that. But this was a game developed by one Steve Baker, along with Oliver Baker, who I believe is his son. And the way they described it initially on their website was that it's a simple go-kart racing game similar in style to Mario Kart. And in case people care, the program uses Mesa OpenGL in the PLIB library. I'm sure that means something to someone.
Mm-hmm.
You can check out TuxKarts, the original TuxKart, at this page here. But good luck getting it to run. Good luck installing this, even on a proper Linux machine. We are only able to run this thanks to the efforts of one Lai from the Discord server. Everyone say thank you, Lai. They sat with me for like 2 hours, like a month ago, and helped me set this thing up. So it's not perfect, the emulation on this. We're using WSL, I believe it's called, which I think is like a Windows Linux subsystem type thing. We don't get audio in this for one thing, but I do have the game's soundtrack that I can load up in conjunction with the track so we can get some sort of auditory experience here.
How do I even exist? Is this the first Linux game that we've covered on this channel?
I think so. It's not exactly a booming genre of game unto itself, you know. Yeah. So let's see.
Newfie Bonga says this looks like an icon that clicking on it would infect the family computer.
So as you can see, this runs on a window.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably crop the edges off of this. In fact, I think I will. In the meantime, can you read those track names, or is that way too tiny? Is that like impossible to?
Especially with how I have things set up.
Well, don't worry. I think it's just 60 pixels off of all the sides. Okay, maybe not 60, maybe 50, maybe 40. Let's try a 40, 40, and no, the top. Okay, I see. I'm picking up what it's laying down. I know how to make this happy. There we go. A couple more pixels. Sorry, I'm very particular with this stuff, folks. As you well know, as longtime viewers will know, I have I am
OCD.
Very particular. Yes. Okay, there we go. So the tracks.
I have OCD too, but it's a different type than yours. It's the type that leaves me still not giving a shit about framing things correctly.
I wish that were me. God, I wish that were me. Okay, so track names here. We have Tux Tollway, Oliver's Math Class, Geeko Peak, Gowns Bow, BSOD's Battlements, and the Shifting Sands.
And how many laps do you want on that slider of laps?
20.
20.
Full experience now. We'll go with, how about 2 laps?
All right.
All right, I'm going to control this with my keyboard. I'm going to get the music going. This should be the song that accompanies Tux Tollway. Yeah, turn that shit up. Oh, and it just starts.
Now, this is going to be a comment that will get me a lot of flack. But to me, Linux has always felt like we have computers at home.
Well, that's a personal computer boom for you, isn't it? Isn't that just...
Yeah. Just saying,
cool.
like...
Just give me an anvil, because I drove over the wrong fish. Cool.
Anytime, like, I've had someone tell me, like, you should get Linux. And I'd be like, I don't know, why would I do that to myself?
For all the great games. Like TuxKart. What's the point of grabbing the green fish if all it does is put a fucking anvil on the back of your...
It's like a banana in Mario Kart, right? You don't pick those up.
Ooh. This is,
Yeah. How do I even exist says Linux is the de facto operating system for servers and shit like that, which is absolutely fair. I am not a server.
But you're serving right now.
Yeah.
What's this dude doing?
Cops.
Woo, woo. I think that's actually...
he's got a magnet. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a magnet, I believe.
So he's hitching a ride on you.
Oh my god. The fact when you bump into anything, it comes to a complete and total stop is brutal.
I'm gonna feel bad about rating this one. This is
I
obviously a passion. This is obviously a passion project, right?
It continues to be now that people have taken over. That they forked it, and I believe the Super TuxKart is much better than this. It's come a long way. People still play it. It's a very active modding community that creates characters and tracks and stuff for it. So I'd imagine a lot of those people have probably moved on to like Sonic Robo Kart or whatever it's called.
Whoa! Good. Old school something awful shit post type of treatment on that.
You know what's really cool? I have to relaunch that every time I want to play the game. Because there's no exit to menu. Because who needs it, really?
So, it's like one thing to call Atari carts real shitty.
Sure.
And then look at this, like, you said this was like a father-son duo who made this?
I think so. Oh, Lie's in chat. Hi, Lie. Thanks again for this. How'd you get audio working? I'm just playing music tracks. I'm playing them through OBS while we race. I could not figure out anything. Are you kidding me? You think I figured out how to get audio working without you? No. I'm an idiot. I don't know any of this Linux shit. Let's do Oliver's Math Class. This is the theme song to Oliver's math class. And as soon as we hit the start button, off to the races.
Well, no, apparently. What's happening?
I think there's like...
Where are they? Do they know where to go? No.
We got out of there. We got out of that pickle. Oh, that's some copyrighted materials. I don't know if you're...
no, we're going back to that one. I'm sorry, you're losing this race because we're going to park right in front of those lunch boxes.
Oh, that was the track. I set this to 1 lap. This was maybe not the... Well, I can just keep racing. There's no, like, end. It doesn't...
Oh, okay, good. You got Pokemon... Barbie, Pokemon Barbie. Okay.
Wild Woody. No, wait, that's just a pencil.
What if you go the wrong way while you're in finish third? Is it gonna chastise you? No? Okay.
No. That's nice of them. Guess what? Close out of the game again. Relaunch it again. Let's do one more of these maps. Are you feeling the BSOD's Battlements or Geeko Peak?
I want to see BSOD's Battlements because I feel like I want to see them trash Windows.
Oh, that's gonna be good. All right, theme song for BSOD Battlements. Oh, this is the power of Linux, baby.
Not really getting the
blue
whole
screen vibes from this.
Yeah,
I'm getting a lot of red.
Okay.
I'll just drive around that. What is this camera? I see Tiger Chimera in chat says we have Bowser's Castle at home.
I was almost thinking more like the Boo House level because of the the wooden planks we're on, but I guess it's a mix. I feel like it would be funny if right before we hit the finish line, like this crashed. Like that was the joke.
You got a blue screen? Yeah, no, that would be funny.
Because there's nothing else here that tells me.
Lion chat says you're not happy with this game. It's open source. You can fix the camera. I'll get right on that.
So.
Yeah, I started getting into Linux.
Well, he's he's just stuck there, isn't he? That's a player. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I got into TuxKart modding. Oh yeah, you play Super TuxKart? No. I play 0.40, back when it was pure. Back when the game was the game.
Back before they sold out.
So, you know, this is the bare minimum for 3D Kart Racer. You can't
I feel like we've played more games that have been more bare minimum than this.
That's the impressive thing, isn't it? I mean, this is...
I mean, it's trying.
Huh?
It didn't do a great job of it. As we see, we're now just voided.
I think I drove out of bounds, and the game doesn't know what to do with it. I think there's a reset button. I pressed R. Reset the entire race. No, thank you. Tell you what, I want to see one more course, because we went through all the trouble of getting this set up. We went through all the trouble of, and by we, I mean Lai did. Yes. So, Gowns Bow, Geeko Peak, or Shifting Sands?
Geeko Peak.
Geeko Peak it is. I don't have music for Geeko Peak, so I'm going to use this unused track. This might be the Geeko Peak music. Who Geeko Peak music? Who's to say? Who knows? This version of this game is not documented particularly well. Shaco Mountain, eat your heart out. I do love all this mod music. I wish it was actually working in the game and I wasn't having to run it like through OBS, but I mean, what can you do? It's a miracle this is running it all, folks. I hope the Linux heads in our Discord server, and there's a lot of them. Our I Love My Computer channel is just all the Linux sickos congregate there. And, you know, I'm glad for them. They seem to post a lot. They seem to know what they're talking about. Couldn't be me.
Oh, slow it down. Wait, Jingle Bells? All right, I guess this was supposed to originally be for like a Christmas track that they didn't have.
That makes sense.
Okay, speaking of OS shit, isn't like Windows 10 support ending real soon? Like this year or something?
I believe it. I mean, I've been running Windows 11 this whole time, so...
I guess I need to upgrade to Windows 11 at some point.
Probably behooves you to, yeah.
Yeah. I put it off for so long because I've tried Windows 11 on some laptops, and good God, I hate Windows 11.
Well, I got bad news for you.
I know, I hate every aspect of it, but I would prefer to have something that actually has security updates.
Yeah. Oh, one of the racers is stalled out, so at least we're gonna finish second instead of dead last. No!
I like how the Jingle Bells part always came up exactly once you crossed that bridge, so that was just Christmas Bridge, I guess.
That's gonna do it for TuxKart, I think. No multiplayer in this. There isn't Super TuxKart. Maybe we will visit Super TuxKart in future, just to keep tabs on this this TuxKart thing. I'm concerned about it.
I don't think we can say there's also a Super TuxKart without going back to Super TuxKart in this increasingly exhaustive look at kart games.
Yeah, the last episode count I gave, because, you know, we plot ahead the episodes, is this bit of behind the scenes. I think in the last doc, I projected that we'd have 12 episodes. We're up to 14 now. So every time we do one of these streams, I just keep adding more games to the list, and we get further and further away. We will never be halfway done with this series, let alone done with it. So we're going to be here forever, Sharky. Just thought you should know that. Next game, we're going to stick with computers here. We're going to move back to Windows, though, for this one. Old Windows. For our next game is Gubble Buggy Racer. You remember Gubble?
I do remember Gubble. We have played a Gubble game on this channel before, I think.
We sure have. But this is the Kart Racer spin-off of that.
Yeah.
This was developed and published by Data Design Interactive. Even though I'm looking at a Magnasoft.
Data Design Interactive.
I don't know what this Magnasoft is. Maybe that's a previous name, or maybe this is like a value label re-release of this.
Hop along, Cassidy!
Say Gubble Buggy Racer 5 times fast. Gubble Buggy Racer, Gubble Buggy Racer, Gubble Buggy Racer, Gubble Buggy Racer, Gubble Buggy Racer. All right, cool. Pay me now. That's
now someone go turn that into a beat.
So also, I'm going to launch a VM for this, by the way.
This is new. Encourage Cassidy.
Yeah, I found a Bubsy 3D sound clip that has Bubsy saying, "Hop along, Cassidy!" So I needed to just come up with an excuse to incorporate that.
We also have this, which is new.
Wow, she's beautiful.
Save her for when we see Gubble on screen.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't actually need to do scan disk, do I? I don't think I do. I think this is just a PCEM Windows 98 instance. Also, no guessing. No, I don't know how long we're gonna actually stick with this one because it has some brutal load times. So we're really gonna have to kill some time in a minute here.
Sure.
That's that authentic loading on a computer of this vintage right here. All right, Gubble Buggy Racer. And I'll be ready to adjust the volume because I think there's an intro FMV for this one. It's loading.
Oh, good.
Presumably. Oh, no, I had to hit this first. Okay, now it's loading. You getting all this?
Transmitting the Gubble.
Gubble, we have a mission for you.
an infestation of screws have been found on Earth. Yeah, for those who don't remember the original Gubble, that was like a puzzle game where you just went around this board and you unscrewed screws, right? That's how that game was played? Or you screw screws in?
Oh, this was just the Magnussoft intro? That wasn't even the intro to the game? That was just some... Samba Software, Actual Entertainment. All these names that are not Data Design Interactive. I wonder if that database is just wrong when it comes to this, and DDI has no involvement in this.
I'd say at the start that Lion Chat did pop off at Magnussoft, so...
Perhaps they're a known quantity. Not known to me. So, hard drives. Remember them? Remember the days before solid-state drives? You remember when hard drives, you were lucky if they were 20 gigabytes? And you'd be like, whoa, that's a lot of storage. I wish there was a way to speed this up, by the way, but PCEM takes a lot of overhead. There's probably better solutions than PCEM at this point, but I don't know them. And I don't care to find out either. Thank you very much to all the know-it-alls in chat just waiting to pounce here and be like...
your fate will be sealed, Superman.
Solve my load screen, Superman. Hey, there we go.
So Magnussoft still has a website, but it seems they've transitioned entirely over to being a business model that is like legacy games, which is just like all match 3 and find the hidden object things.
Who's your favorite Gubble?
OG Gubble, I would say. So
what color is he?
I think he's purple.
Well, oh god, this is a horrible way to select. You can't just click on the racer you want. You have to fucking menu through it.
Yeah, OC. Yep, that's OC Gubble. Wait, no, OG Gubble. OC Gubble would be my Gubble that I made.
Your personal Gubble. Yes. Championship, single race, time trial.
Your own personal Gubble.
Let's see the championship. Bronze Cup, Silver Cup, Golden Cup. And I think each of these cups just adds... So the Golden Cup is every track from the Bronze Cup, plus the 2 tracks in the Silver Cup, plus the 2 tracks in the Golden Cup. That's not how you do this. That's not how you do... Whatever. Hopefully this load will be faster. Let me adjust that volume. Try to make it a little louder.
Oh, I gotta say, I guess it compares favorably to TuxKart.
Yeah,
However,
sure.
Probably a bigger team in budget, all things considered.
Holding down shift, I think it's supposed to be a drift thing, because I'm holding right, and it's moving left when I'm holding down shift at the same time, unless that's a brake. No, control is brake. Presumably there's items we pick up in this, beyond just the coins.
Car seems to be struggling to maintain its Y position on the screen.
It's just, this is how it would run, too.
I looked up Magnus Soft, right? See, like, what other games do they make? What would I know them for? And they definitely did not make anything that I have ever heard of before, but it's absolutely stuff that I look at it and be like, oh yeah, there are a bunch of kids in Europe who would have played this. Like, this
Gubble, that was the fucking game. That was our Mario.
Like, here's the name of some of their games, right? Barkanoid, Boulder Match, Break It, C64 Classics with an X,
Ooh,
Dr. Tool,
edgy.
Fix and Foxy, Jack's Crazy, Metris or Metris, Plots, Soko Man, Clicks. Like, I don't know what any of these games are, but I'm sure that, like, Octavius King would cover any of them any day of the week.
came in fourth.
Also, not an insult to Octavius King. Love that channel.
Yeah, they're good people. Let's do another race. Dead last. Pity points. Slime Generator says, this must be the first developer to release your games directly to Serial Box.
Chex Quest must have been before this, right?
Yes, it was, chronologically, but for the sake of the bit, no. This was the first. I don't like this, the way this controls at all.
No, it doesn't seem great. Like, PC does not seem like the thing
cool
I would
sharp
want
turn.
to play a kart racer on in general.
No, it's generally not preferred. You know, as much as I am a mouse and keyboard defender, enjoyer, this is racing games in particular. Probably best played with like a wheel or an analog stick, I would dare go as far as to say. Something that has a range of movement as opposed to just 1 or 0. Oh, you know what? If you tap the shift button instead of holding it down, you can do some real sharp turns.
Oof.
Oof.
This feels like
It feels like it's falling apart in real time is what it fucking feels like.
Yeah, I was also gonna say this feels like if I were having a nightmare about trying to play a kart racer.
Oh, there's an item finally. Now to figure out how to use it. This might be it. Does you have to collect a certain amount of coins to qualify to be like, all right, give me an item, please. Is there an exchange rate here?
Is that how it worked in that Mega Man racing game that we played?
I couldn't tell you how it worked in that one. It was that one was obtuse. Well, another 4th place performance. 2-player?
No, not happening.
Who's to say? This might work. This might just work, right?
Yeah, maybe they patched in keyboard support into Parsec when we weren't looking.
Head-to-head. Deathmatch! Alpha or beta? I
Well,
like a
it's
finish
not
one,
out
please.
yet, so we can, yeah.
You know, just to amuse me, just to see what
I'll
happens.
try.
Yeah, try in a second as I... Oop, I accidentally alt-tabbed out of the game. Oh, see, Data Design Interactive, look. When we alt that tab back into the game, copyright 1999. I wonder if this is... I'm gonna try different... I can control it with WASD.
Alright. Your turn to play, then. Kick your ass.
Oh, this is hard. This is tricky. I'm not nailing it.
We need to get one of those like people who can like play Ikaruga 2-player by themselves to get on this.
I thought I had driven player 2 completely out of bounds here. It's hard to tell because this is not a lot of resolution to work with also. And the camera is also not kind to me. But this is how people used to do it back in the day with PC games. You could get just 2 people huddled around the same keyboard, and you get the left side, I get the right.
That's how I used to play You Don't Know Jack back in the day of people.
I'm just trying to find player 2. There we go. I lost track of me. Where'd I go? Oh, there we go. Come on now.
What? What was that noise?
I don't know, but I'm gonna trigger it as many times as possible, as quickly as possible.
This causes their race of people immense pain. The Gubbles hate
No
this.
doubt. Oh, Just a moment. Thank you. Sorry, I just had food brought to me. Unfortunately, I can't do much with it at this current juncture, but maybe I'll stop playing Gubble Buggy Racing in a second, and maybe we'll be done with this game, and,
that new in-studio producer that we've hired.
Well, you know, it's very convenient for me. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna make any progress in this mode. Sad to say. I can't even find the items
from the start.
Oh, wait. A shield. Great, that's gonna help me out tons. I have invincibility now, Sharky.
On the screen. This is like...
Come on, let me crash into me. No, I ran out. I think that's gonna do it for for Gubble Buggy Racer. Dire straits on the computer front, on the PC front, on the Linux and Windows. If you wanted,
listen, I know you said you were done with consoles. I think we need to go back to consoles.
Yes, that's probably for the best. That is probably a good idea. Let's see that next game. It is Mickey's Speedway USA for the Nintendo 64. This one...
this is my favorite fighting game character.
This one released November 13th of 2000, developed by Rare, published by Nintendo. High-speed hijinks with Mickey and his friends. I'm seeing a Mugen comment in the chat. I'm assuming that plays into your joke about... whatever tie-in there is here. I'm oblivious to it. I am going to make you play this, though, so I can get a few bites of food in me. So prepare yourself as we prepare to embark on a magical adventure, courtesy of Mickey and Pals.
What is going on at the top of the screen? Oh. That's supposed to be happening?
What am I looking for? What am I looking at?
That.
Oh. I'm letting this cinema play.
Ugh.
I hate the way that looks. I hate the way that Mickey looks.
Like, I know the whole thing with Mickey is, like, no matter where he's facing, you're supposed to see both ears, but I hate it.
Well, you're about to hate it even more in the next minute or two, as you are gonna play it.
Alright.
I think I have the volume dialed in.
Can I plug something else into the N64?
Yeah, can we swap out the game? Go to the table over there.
No? Okay.
So figure out what B is. Now let's figure out what A is.
Well, the way it was positioned on screen, I didn't know it was like, was that like turned left or right? Or like, because that looks like I should be able to move around this room. Nope. Was there no option to do anything? Was it just... Wait, I have an idea.
Go back to it and just like look left and right, maybe.
I was trying to see stick buttons, anything. Nope. It is just go right into it, as far as I can tell.
Like a game that doesn't waste time. Okay, real question. Who's your favorite character in this lot?
In this lot, like, I was thinking Goofy, but it might be Donald.
Yeah, it's Donald for me, because, you know, I'm also a big Daffy Duck. I just like ducks, folks. Cartoon ducks.
I do like ducks. Okay, now we're out here. Okay, so you select your character, and then you select your mode. You select your character before you select options.
Weird. Video Game King asks, any thoughts on Howard the Duck?
Never saw it. Aware of it. Never saw it.
You know, statistically, someone had to have their sexual awakening to that one shot of the topless duck in the bath that happens in, like, the first 5 minutes of that movie. For kids.
Wait, oh, widescreen settings on an N64 game.
There's a couple.
Yeah. Alright. So we have Traffic Troubles, Motorway Mania. I guess these are not... It says select mode. Are these just the tracks?
No, that's actually my condition. I suffer from freeway phobia.
This
It's not very
time
nice of the game to
trial
call me
is-
out like that.
I'll start with Traffic Troubles. Okay. Oh, or these are the cup. These might be the cups. Traffic Troubles and Freeway Mania. The other one might be the cups. I'll go with intermediate.
You know what? Eating during the stream. I get it. This is great. Oh no, hey, what's this? My Mickey Mouse is pretty good. Oh no! The weasels, are those like recurring villains in the Mickeyverse?
I mean, they were the villains. They were the villains in Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Do any of these characters
Everybody-
even have a
everybody
discernible
get on AIM.
personality? Don't do that Mickey Mouse again. Thanks. Thanks for the encouragement. There goes my career as an impressionist. My pivot, my escape from this.
So wait, we're trying to rescue Pluto, right? We're all banding together to rescue Pluto. Why are we about to race each other?
Let's see who the best racer is, to see who's qualified to save Pluto. Because sure as hell ain't gonna be Mickey. Now, here's my question for any of the Disney heads in the chat, for any of the Mickey Mouse sickos. Do any of these characters have discernible personalities?
What, you mean like between Donald and Mickey and Goofy? Yeah. What are you saying that like Donald Duck doesn't have a discernible personality?
I don't know, I've been watching, haven't been watching like for leisure. I've ended up watching on the job a lot of Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Uh-huh.
Which like this horrid little like 3D animated show, which is, you know, is like complete like slop content. There's no lessons to be learned or anything. It's just like, this is the new Mickey Mouse and Friends show, and it is boring as fuck. The characters are boring as fuck, and I think that is like the only ongoing Mickey Mouse show at this moment, so I always just now associate in my mind. And you know, Mickey Mouse has always been fucking milquetoast as fuck.
I mean, Mickey Mouse himself, sure, he's just like, oh boy, that's his character, more or less. He's like happy, and he's helpful and that kind of stuff. And Minnie is a girl, and that is her personality within the show, I think. But like Donald is, you know, flying off the handle, and he's grumpy, and he's kind of incompetent, and Goofy is goofy. And I don't remember what. Oh, Pete. Pete's the villain. Pete's an asshole. I cannot figure out how to use my items for the life of me. I have tried every button I have available to me.
Tiger Chimera says that 100% depends on the media. Mickey Mouse's Clubhouse is one of the most neutered possible interpretations of those characters. Yeah, you gotta watch Mickey Mouse Live and Uncut, where he really just, you know, says what's on his mind.
They had some, like, recent Mickey Mouse cartoon that was actually
Oh, the one that had
pretty
like, still like the
good.
pseudo-classic animation style. It had a lot of...
Yeah.
I remember seeing some clips of that made it seem like it was probably okay. Speaking of okay, how's this game?
I can't figure out the controls still. I figured out drifting, but I can't figure out what button is item.
There's only so many.
Well, it's an N64 thing, so that doesn't map very cleanly to a...
C buttons are probably on the right analog stick.
Which I did try. Anytime you saw the camera, like, go behind me, or, like, the speedometer change into a mini-map, that was me trying to C buttons.
What was the name of this track again? I'm totally
San Francisco?
Okay, great.
Okay.
Tracer.
I could probably stand lower this even more in the mix.
As far as I can tell, no button does it. Unless, like, I have something not bound.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh. Everything's bound. Okay,
Tell me what Z... Okay.
Z is left thumb. Huh.
Oh!
Fight
okay.
stick. This is bound for a fight stick, isn't it?
Alright, well, you know what? I can make that work.
Okay.
I can make that work.
Good luck.
That's actually fairly easy access, given that this is a racing game. I'm always kind of doing stuff with the thumbstick.
This isn't a bad-looking track, for what it's worth.
Yeah, N64 didn't exactly have crystal clear textures most of the time.
I'm fine with that. Who gives a shit? Texture resolution is overrated.
I'm saying you're the one who said this doesn't look good.
No, I thought it doesn't look bad, is what I just said. And it just looks kind of alright. It was a nice looking track. Then you twisted my words. You assumed the worst in me. You assumed negativity. You assume I'm just gonna shit on this game.
I literally thought you said the opposite of what you said. That's what I heard you say.
Okay. Speaking of misunderstanding people, total tangent. I was at that function for all the people in our complex, that St. Patrick's Day brunch, and I was meeting and greeting people who live in the complex. And I got introduced to someone who is like a software engineer of some sort. I think they're working on like video signboards for restaurants, so they can have like video menus and stuff, or like at the airport you can have a directory that, you know, cycles through, like something like that. But when they introduced themselves to me, and, you know, we were sharing our professions, I thought they said, I do roadkill for restaurants. And I had to sit there and be like, oh, interesting, you know, that's, you know, different strokes for different folks.
What did they say that made it sound like roadkill?
I have no idea. Do you think I stopped and asked after they told me they do roadkill for restaurants? Do you think I want to interrogate that?
Obviously, at a certain point, you understood what they did because you just said what they actually did.
Yeah. I mean, I figured it out later, but for that entire first, let's say, 20 minutes of a 30-minute conversation, I was just picturing, like, so they, like, what's the logistics of that? What kind of, like, are we talking, like, possums? Are we talking...
Oh, you work at a Texas Roadhouse, I understand. You failed to qualify.
2 remaining retries.
You know, for a rare kart game, this is
relatively straightforward.
I was going to say no Diddy Kong Racing. In terms of handling.
At least they don't have that bullshit, unnecessary, like, hub world thing.
One of the Mickey games we played did.
Yeah, the fucking Game Boy Color one, baby.
Yeah.
And that shit sucked. I played more of that game off the show, just to confirm, and I can confirm that game sucks. We should probably move it 2 spots down from wherever it is on the list right now. But we'll get there when we get to the rankings. So yeah, this doesn't control as good as a Diddy Kong Racing.
No, it doesn't control awful. We played so much worse on this, but having played other rare racing games on the same console, this feels very slight.
I guess I'll find out when we get into 2-player.
Yeah, maybe it makes sense that this is maybe not one that Rare had their heart in. Rare was definitely a company that, for a certain amount of time, were like just putting out stuff, right? They were mercenary, as you say. Yeah.
Good times to be at Rare. Compared to what are they doing now, right?
Yeah, Sea of Thieves, I think, and that's it.
Tragic.
As far as I know.
What a sad demise.
People like that game.
I don't know why.
A friend tried to get me into it, and I was like, I fundamentally hate everything this game stands for.
Mm-hmm.
This is like it was antithetical to fun for me, the way it was structured.
Much the same impression I had from it. But hey, if it's doing well, more power to those pirates. I hate looking at that fucking professor when you don't have an item up, or Walt's just start determining the item for you.
Just peeking in, seeing how you're doing.
I like to watch.
You said it, Minnie. Yeah, everyone just keep yelling into the sunset.
Okay, do me a flavor. As soon as you're able, back out of this shit. Get us to the 2-player mode.
I feel like we went the wrong way trying to get to those weasels. Considering we went all the way to San Francisco and now we're turning back around to the East Coast.
Oh, you received a postcard from the weasels again.
By the way, I can't skip this.
Why would you want to?
Considering that whole thing we watched earlier, no, can't skip.
We want you to see every frame of Pluto's suffering from getting dragged from place to place. I want you to feel for this dog.
Can't pause. Can't pause. Can't pause. Can't pause. Can't pause.
And quit. This font is just straight up the Diddy Kong Racing font.
Oh, are you sure? Yeah.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
All right. How?
Contest?
Contest?
Oh
no, this is battle mode.
The White House?
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, the White House.
Well,
let's just start there. Well, it's just me.
Just you? Alright, I guess back out of this and let's figure out how the fuck to add me to this.
Is there anyone else here? Yes.
Oh, yeah,
I just want to see real quick.
Yeah. Sure, go for it.
I just want to see real quick if there's anything here that screams the White House. No. Okay. Quit. Yes. Okay. I'm going to back out to character select, which was before any other menu option, and see if you have to press start.
That makes sense.
There. Try pressing start. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, I'm going to stick with other racers?
Yes.
Never
mind. I thought it would just be like, CPU, yes or no. CPU racers, that is.
Alright, so do we want to do Motorway Mania, Freewayophobia?
Let's see it. I'm curious.
Again, I'm pretty sure that this is just like the equivalent of cups. Okay, right into it. No plot.
Dakota.
Which one? North, south? No, just straight down the middle. We're driving along the border.
Oh, I'm bottom. I'm not used to being player 2 in these. So it's hard to do the drift. It's another one of those goddamn games where they don't let you have music while you're racing in multiplayer. So that's super cool. This isn't terrible in terms of control. It's not good. It's serviceable.
Yes, that's a more charitable word for it, I think. I don't think it's bad, but it's like, again, it's no Diddy Kong Kart Racing Magical World Quest.
Full title. Put some respect on that name.
Oh, this sure is swell. Oh, that was the whole race? Okay.
That's one where you would, like, bump the lap count up and be like, all right, do 5. Like that baby Speedway track from that one Mario Kart.
This is so different than the other Disney game we played earlier. Like, that was less than the length of one lap in that game.
Different design philosophies, what can you say?
Yeah. I hate this. What would you call this? Like user experience?
UX, UI.
Of like how for every transition to everything you have to go like, okay, now let's go to this part of the room and we'll load this up. We'll
That's
open
the rare
this
classic.
picture.
Like Banjo-Kazooie had that shit in it.
Yeah.
And I didn't care for it there either. I'm the one without whimsy in their hearts. This is what Seattle looks like, by the way. I can confirm I've been to Seattle, and it's exactly like this. They could have also called this track Detroit, and it wouldn't really mattered much. Yeah.
I wish everyone would shut the fuck up.
Well, your wishes will not be answered here. That's how you know they're having fun. That's how you know how everyone's enjoying themselves. And you wouldn't know that this is supposed to be fun, that they're meant to be having fun here, unless they were
yeah,
going off every fucking second with some chirp.
When you start paying attention to it, they really never shut the fuck up.
Alright, I think I need that shortcut if I want to have any chance of coming out ahead in this race.
This almost feels like one of those YouTube videos where it's like, game rip every sound effect, Mickey Speedway.
All at once. We wanted to save on time, so we played every sound effect at the same time. Second. I'll take it.
That's it.
Whoa!
I feel like I have like sensory overload from that one.
Well, let's go into the battle mode, which will surely be more tame, which will surely be cool and collected.
It's gonna be them all screaming in anger and pain instead of fun.
Fuck you, really? That's my Donald Duck impression. You didn't say I couldn't do a Donald Duck, whoever told me not to do... Oh, look at that, look at that, okay. So the other racers are sprites on your screen, look at that. That's interesting. I don't want to play this entire race, but if you look at these characters as you race behind them, we're 3D models, like, right, on our respective screens, but these are 2D sprites being broadcast. So that's smart. I noticed that especially at the beginning of the race when they were, or maybe it's like an LOD thing. Who's to say? Maybe if I get close to them, which will never happen because I'm not good at this game.
Right. Sorry, that's...
Yeah, that's... We got it. We got the idea. Let's see the battle mode. Requisite for giving these games their proper due.
Contest. We already saw White House.
Steamboat? That's public. That's public domain now, so we can play this with any fear of copyright.
This is gonna be a boring ass one. You look at that layout.
Hey, you know what? I'll take boring over one that's too convoluted for its own good.
Or maybe this is a more complicated layout than I thought.
Get set.
Ooh, that's a baseball. Oh, damn, you didn't waste any time. You found my ass.
Oh. Got hit.
I'm bleeding tires when I get hits. It's like a Mortal Kombat character getting, like, you know, multiple, like, hands come out of him.
I'm sure you've just noticed it. There's NPCs on this.
There are.
I didn't find you. They found you. I don't know what... How did that hit me? That's just a baseball laying still on the ground. Which one am I? I'm yellow. All right, that makes more sense now.
You're down to one balloon. I'm down to one balloon. This could just be a bad racetrack in this game. This doesn't strike me as a battle mode map. In the fact that you can just, like, circle around it.
Oh, this is a game! Shut the fuck up!
Sharky's having a great time, everybody. Sharky's really enjoying this. So, new top 10?
I think the sound of this game is going to drop it way more than I originally anticipated the score being.
Uh-oh! Uh-oh!
Yeah, the sound is aggressively annoying.
You know, it really helps. If you don't have an item, you can press the Z button and you'll honk your horn. Does this help? Is this helping any? Is this improving the ambiance at all?
I think my eyes... I don't think I'm looking at the screen anymore.
Hey, you
I knocked you out.
won! Yay! Now defeat all the other computers. All one of them.
You notice if you throw a ball and it doesn't hit anyone, it just stays there, and those are now... Damn it. Stationary, issues. Whatever. Whatever's over.
What are they keeping track of points for? Did that carry over from, like, the race we were doing?
Yeah, it's... No, it's for the next contest.
That's all right.
We're
I think
not
we
doing.
get the idea. I think that was as thorough a look as we need to provide for Mickey Speedway USA. And in the words of Charky, this ain't no Diddy Kong Racing. All right. Where does that bring us to? What's next on the list? Oh, and by the way, we're going long today, in case I wasn't abundantly clear. Next up is Extreme Go-Kart Racing for the PlayStation, or as it's known in Japan, where it were originally released on December 7th, 2000 in Japan, as Kart Race Kimite wa Drift, and came to North America on September 25th, 2003. So they sat on this game and waited to release it later, post, the PS1 lifespan. So like a Dragon Ball Ultimate Battle 22 type situation. I can tell you the developer on this is Now Production. The publisher is Agetech. And we're just going to play the North American version, get it in English, all that stuff. Convenience's sake. But let's get this underway, why don't we? I'm ready for some extreme kart racing action. All sorts of cool tricks and stunts and people blowing up and the things I correlate with the word extreme. Can't wait to dial in the volume on this one. They're building anticipation right now. Still faster loading than Gubble Buggy Racing.
Yeah.
Oh. Now that's a title screen. It's exactly what it says on the tin.
Simple game, because that font tells me simple.
Well, D3 publisher not involved with this, surprisingly. You wouldn't know it to look at it. You would assume as much, but alas. Well, let's check out those options, partner. Okay.
Whoa.
Simple.
Okay.
Straightforward. Feel bad for the triangle button. So misused, so underrepresented here. Let's do a Grand Prix. Let's do a couple races here. Joe, born into a family of famous drivers. He loves to race.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Princess Lara, the daughter of a king and a very spoiled little girl. Gigi, a caveman unearthed after many years frozen in ice. Marl, the ghost of a once successful racer. Gallon, he was designed for coal mine work but prefers racing. The Captain, an infamous pirate ship captain bent on winning. Are these Arian Toby? Are these? This looks familiar to me. This character. What's the arcade game? You know what the fuck I'm talking about? The Circuit's youngest
game.
racer. She is only 4 years old. Cactus. He is a cactus.
Are you thinking like Ice Climbers? Was not.
No, not quite. I'm sure someone in chat will flag what I'm thinking of. A famous marksman whose interest now lies in racing. Well, I'm gonna.
All right.
We have Hi-Ho Silver, our steed. paved course. I have no other choices. I can't select anything else. So I guess we're going on the paved course. I guess we don't really have a say in the matter.
I Google extreme go-kart racing codes. First result, AI overview. While there isn't a specific, widely recognized set of quote-unquote extreme go-kart racing codes, here's a breakdown of general racing etiquette strategy. I fucking hate Google.
Yeah.
And I hate AI. I hate this.
They want me to do 1 lap in 40 seconds here, by the way. Do you think I'm up to it? Do you think I'm up for the challenge?
Only one way to find out. Also, I cannot find any codes for this game on GameFAQs.
Yeah, not shocked.
I was hoping we'd get like a unlock or something.
Whoops. Oh. Huh?
What button were you holding?
I was holding X, and as I continued to hold X, it refused to let me. I had to let go of it before I could actually...
Yeah.
Luckily, these racers seem really stupid, so, Oh!
You found the drift button.
Boy, did I ever. I guess I need to fill out more of that turbo meter before it'll actually let me turbo. It's supposed to be R1, right?
Yes.
It
Or
ain't doing
perhaps it's
nothing for
R2.
now.
Oh wait, okay, there we go.
Wow, they really wanted to be Mario Kart 64. This is maybe one of the most blatant things I've fucking seen on the PlayStation end as far as these games, as far as these kart racers are concerned. I mean, look at this shit, right?
Yeah, but they couldn't get items in.
A bridge too far.
Ooh, this looks like it does not handle.
Oh, I can confirm for you, it doesn't. Because when you hit the drift button, it snaps you to some sort of rail or something. God.
I wonder what the different colors of turbo.
They fill for different amounts. Blue is 2, orange is 3. This is gonna be 1.
All right, I see now.
But you still ultimately have to max it out.
Okay. I didn't know if you were like building your own little alchemical boost. Like, a orange, blue, green, orange will get you this speed of boost.
God,
I
this
saw a video
sucks.
today. I watched a video. This isn't about racing. This is just alchemy made me think of it. God, what was that name of this thing? I saw a video today, new Spiffing Brit video on... God, what's this fucking game called? It's the medieval game that's like way too realistic for its own good.
Chivalry?
Not Chivalry.
Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah, thank you, that's it. I watched a new video on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 that he did, and there's an alchemy system in that game where you can make your own potions, but it involves, like, actually, like, getting to a station and watching your animation as you turn over and grab these things, and you have to mash stuff out and boil for certain lengths of time, and these whole long things that you have to do to make your potions. Right. And one of those potions is how you quick save in the game. If you want to save the game, you have to sit through this whole process of like boiling potions for a certain amount of time. You're like, this is not a game. I have a limited amount of time on this earth.
I'm gonna sink another 3 minutes into this, by the way, because I did not qualify, and I would like to see a different track.
But speaking of 3 minutes, the idea of like taking maybe about 1 to 3 minutes to meticulously craft an item that lets you save your game.
It's fun. For sure.
I would rather play any other game on this planet, I think, than something that tedious on purpose. For people who like it, great. I have things I need to go do.
I have to wash my hair. Yeah.
I'm fucking saying this as a Monster Hunter player. I will grind out the same monster over and over again and fight against the desire sensor before I, like, craft a save my game potion.
I know to pick up the gold ones, because those are going to give me the most.
Because it's not like those items are free. You have to go fucking find them or buy them. I'm sure there's some sort of autosave too, but if I just want to stop playing... Yeah. Ridiculous.
The drifting in this, which, you know, drifting is in the name of the original Japanese release. I'm cheating this because it's so particular, and I do not have time or the inclination to learn the nuances of this fucking game's drift system, because it's bad. It's as bad as C1 circuit drifting. I don't know if I can go like a full 360-degree drift here or what have you, but our lap times are certainly better this go around.
I'm definitely gonna need to feel how.
Oh yeah, for
this
sure.
plays. To see what you're talking about, because I know C1 circuit drifting. When you say like something on a track, like
it feels like it's snapping to
be.
something. As soon as you press that button to drift, it feels like it's snapping to some invisible line or something drawn beneath the track. The problem is that it takes you directly into the wall after a while, so... Oh no! Fuck that. I want to win. I got the need for speed.
There you go.
You did not qualify.
What do you mean did not qualify?
No, I was just... We got a track under 40 seconds, so we got a lap under 40 seconds, so we cleared that challenge as well. And now Cactus is going to shoot me. I'm pressing every button.
Okay,
there we go.
Here we go. Precipice battle.
I love that it's left all the Japanese voice acting.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck? It's a
3 years
PS1
to bring
game
it
in
over.
2003.
3 years to bring it over. Could not find the time to do that part.
Make sure to straighten out after drifting. Don't just drive the entire track.
We have to find the answer by ourselves.
Say something
At
nice.
a canted angle. Say something nice. Cactus is cool. The characters are fun in this. I admire the way they're just completely stealing Mario Kart tracks and design. That's just could not blatantly be, any more blatantly be, what it is. Which is a shameless Mario Kart 64 ripoff. Released in 2003.
Oh, a family reunion here on the track.
Remember Spike from Peanuts?
I do, yes. I don't know why I said that excitedly, but I do.
Where's the Peanuts racing game? Where's the Peanuts Kart Racer?
There is, right? There definitely is.
I feel like I would know about it if there was one. With all the fucking games I found for this series. With all the research I've done for this.
I'm not gonna count mobile games, obviously. This.
Fuck that.
Give me a second. Well, okay. Like I said, I'm not counting mobile games, so I can't count Snoopy's Soap Opera Racers on Android. I feel like there has to be one. I feel like someone was telling me about one. Also, I feel like wikis have gone too far.
Do tell.
Because trying to look it up, I have once again run into several of the fan game idea or just idea wikis out there where people just make up ideas for like movies or games, and it's like, I'll put it on the wiki for things that don't exist. So there's one of the first results. One of the first results, actually the first result, is for Snoopy Nitro Racing, which is on the Video Games Fanon wiki.
I mean, good for kids being creative, because I just imagine all that shit is just like, 12-year-olds.
You'd hope. You'd hope.
Or children at heart, who's to say? I just hate the way they show up so early in the search results. How those wikias are so SEO'd.
That's my real problem with it, is that it is like just shows up immediately.
It's like how every bad game used to search the first result for would be that crappy game wikia. That fucking dog shit wiki that thank God it's gone. I hated that fucking place. But again, they were inescapable in the search results.
You mentioned it, but I Am Headful does point out that Google favors the results because it's using the fandom wiki service, and Google just prefers fandom wikis.
The favored fandom.
I saying that sentence, I feel like I need to clarify fandom being the name of the site, not just the concept of fandom.
Chef Chelio says, oh shit, the crappy games wiki went down? Yeah, good riddance. Fuck that junk. I posted about it, a tweet about it when it first was announced to be shutting down. Flamer saying Mira has a closing had to have decimated the 7th grade population. That is the impression I got of that user base. Yeah, I made a tweet saying, like, thank God, good riddance to bad rubbish. And that tweet, even though I made it several years ago, still gets traction, still gets likes and stuff, and comments from people being like, I'm gonna miss it.
If I search crappy games wiki, the first result is a page about the crappy games wiki on the tiresome wikis wiki.
Too much. Too many levels.
We've gone too deep.
All right, let me.
I don't want to ever sound like too curmudgeon-y or too much of a Luddite or anything like that, but sometimes you just gotta go like, what are we doing here?
Now loading. I'm just trying to bring this back to the main menu, trying to get a multiplayer race in. We'll see if there's a battle mode as well. All right, versus.
All right.
I assume you want to be Marl.
Yes,
the ghost.
I'll be Marl.
Yeah. I'll be Princess Laura, who I recall is a bit spoiled. Paved course, valley course. Well, fuck. No cheat codes, huh? Well, do you have a
not
preference?
That I could find.
Do you wanna? Which one looked more fun to you?
Well, we played paved course twice.
So valley course the second time.
Yes. Fair's fair.
Tiger Camera says, wait, you only play the levels you've played already? Yes.
That's the norm for a lot of
That's
these.
the norm for a lot of these fucking games, for most of these fucking games.
Again, I gotta give that first Disney game we played tonight credit that they just straight up let you do any course in multiplayer.
Slime Generator says, I'm making the tiresome wiki to protest this awful trend. Mr. Taco asks, if there's a bad Twitch streamers wiki, do you have my do I have your permission to add you guys to it? Yes, please. Any publicity is good publicity. Oh, damn, you figured out how to get out the gate fast.
I've told you my strategy before, right?
Yes.
It worked.
Why am I making so much
fucking
smoke?
Stuck.
This feels completely different from the last time I raced on this. From 2 minutes ago when I was racing on this. What is wrong? Why is it...
Oh, I kind of see what you mean about the drift in certain ways. Okay, let me put up boost. There we go. Fuck. Never mind. Lost all my boost. Like, if you tap the drift, like, you were still in that drift for a very long time.
Yeah, until you manually straighten it out. Is there a reverse button? I wanted to get that yellow. Fuck it, whatever. The draw distance is definitely worse in this two-player mode. I think the game is just struggling with two-player. I think maybe they're deliberately slowing down the vehicles, adding this extra traction, or maybe we picked bad racers. Who's to say? This is,
I think,
so much worse.
A lot. I would say most kart racing games in this era, like, specifically in the 5th gen era, had a hard time when it was more than one person playing. Like, they had to make a lot of concessions. Like that Mickey Speedway game we just played, you know, they couldn't do music when you were doing multiplayer.
I just can't get over it. Maybe it's the racer. Maybe it's because I picked like the Princess Peach analog and she just controls badly. They didn't have any stats on screen or anything, but this feels a million times worse than 5 minutes ago. This may as well be a completely different game for how much worse this is. Like, it wasn't great before, but this is...
God damn it.
Dire.
Fuck.
Your loss is my gain. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a battle mode. It looks like this is the only versus gameplay you will find in extreme Go-Kart racing.
How did that happen?
How did I squish you? Yeah, good fucking question. The acceleration is so bad.
Do you think it took them 3 years to port it over because they were like debating if it was moral to do so?
And ultimately money won.
Yeah.
You know, all the money this game made in the year
Yes.
2003 sold at a budget price out the gate, I'm sure. Hey, all those 20 bucks add up. Yeah, it might just be... I think I'm coming to the realization, the conclusion that this lady, this princess, is just bad. Just a bad character, doesn't control very well.
I don't know. This character doesn't... It feels like this game doesn't control very well for how well I'm doing with this guy. I know I'm in the lead, but still.
Chwoka says, so this is a handheld two-player game. This means one of you are using the buttons on the right half. No, this is a PlayStation 1 game. You're saying like that we're splitting a controller in half? No, Buggy Racer we would have theoretically split a keyboard in half. But this is the PlayStation 1, which had at least 2 ports to plug controllers into in it. 4 if you had a multi-tap. Or 5, really.
This feels like I'm playing a game with like... I feel like I'm playing 2 games with the controller plugged into both things right now. And I feel like what's happening on the screen with this racing game is the game I'm not paying attention to. Like I look over and it's like, oh, he's doing these weird drifts and stuff. Like, I'm not controlling that. Like, I feel so detached from how this game plays in terms of its handling, especially with the drifting.
Can't blame me on that one. That's gonna do it for Extreme Go-Kart Racing. I think we got the gist of it, more or less, as much as I'm willing to indulge. Next game on the list, 6th game of the night. It is Toy Story. Oh, my throat. It's a bad time to... Toy Story Racer. Disney Pixar's Toy Story Racer. This is a PlayStation 1 release. We're going back to the year 2001 for this one. This is a March 6th release. Developed by Traveler's Tales. Published by Activision. We played the Game Boy Color version of this, which had surprisingly detailed pseudo 3D full motion video tracks. Not really full motion video, you know, like hardware trickery to make it look like you're racing 3D tracks in the Game Boy Color. So that was impressive. Let's see how they do when they have this real 3D, when they just have like an actual like 3D acceleration. So, you know, compare, contrast, and I'm actually going to have you play this one first, if you don't mind, if you're amenable to that.
Okay.
I'm going to get you set up in the first controller port, and then the people at home will see.
All right. Uh-huh. Sure. Just skip that. Now we know what it is. We know what it is at this point. Traveler's Tales, alright. Here, I'll prove it. 1, 2, there we are. Ooh, ooh, do it. You can manage. You can. All right. all right.
Slinky
That video
dog.
toaster wipe was a little too
Very
much.
graphic
for the system, but
intensive.
Can't skip this.
Why would you want to? When kids pop a game into their PlayStation, they want to sit through every title card. They want to know every studio responsible for making the game. They're very
They
appreciative in
love that
way.
Gubble. They love that Gubble logo intro thing. Oh, all of it's controlled just with the face?
That's certainly a decision. It's certainly a choice.
Okay, it's not random noises. Oh, now here's an issue.
All right, lay it on me.
Considering that we're actually looking at the toys, they can't come to life.
Let's hit it.
Do you think that was Tom Hanks? Or do you think it was Tom Hanks' brother who...
Howdy, partner.
Absolutely Tom Hanks' brother. If it's even a Hanks to begin with. I would like to select someone. Oh, now, so okay. How would you think I would move the cursor around on the screen?
Well, I would
given
assume
what we
left
know
and right
now?
on the D-pad like any normal fucking game.
I would have assumed square and circle because of how like the interfaces worked thus far in this game.
So
But
what
no,
is
it
it
is
then?
D-pad. It is D-pad. But like whatever.
Ready to race.
I just want to hear what they have to say. How about you, RC? Now, what kind of cart does RC drive?
That's a good question. Only one way to find out, I suppose.
Yeah. You need. Oh my god! You have to collect. Jesus Christ! All right. Why don't you? If you have a free hand, why don't you look up cheats? See if there's something here.
Toy Story Racer, PS1, Game FAQs. Smash the other toys. Unlocks everything. On the title screen, there's a button combination you can press. Yes.
All right. So this isn't a race here. This
This is a battle
we're
mode.
Yes, the first thing in Toy Story Racer is battle mode. In fact, I would not be able to play anything else until I did this battle mode.
Strange, to say the least. So how does it control?
It's hard to say right now because we're doing a battle mode.
I'm assuming
And
the
I
controls
can't-
here aren't going to be too different from...
Yeah, but I'm approaching it from a different mindset than I would like a race. Because right now we're just in a big open area. Like, it's real easy to like oversteer, but that feels fine right now because I'm not doing a race. Like, I could see this be I could see that being real bad.
By the way, you know what I'm doing in the background right now, out of sight from the audience? Something I forgot
What's
to do
that?
before the show, which is priming the rankings list with the names of the games we are playing tonight. That's something I forgot to do before the show. Whoopsies! I still have to remember how to stream. I've been out of practice for a minute here. Folk will have to forgive me. It's mandatory. People are not allowed to be mad at me or question anything I do.
This feels like particularly egregious for this to be the start of Toy Story Racer. The only option when you start playing this game is a battle mode.
Welcome to Toy Story Racer. You ain't gonna be racing anytime soon, partner, but... That's what Woody sounds like, right? Did I nail the nuance on that?
3 knockouts.
That's enough to put you in first.
That was round 1 of 3.
Fuck
Is the
off.
second round also going to be? Yes. It is another battle mode.
What a shitty start to this. I mean, like, great if you prefer the battle modes. If you're one of those people who prefers the battle over racing, I guess then you're in hog heaven right now, but
I don't think Ham is one of the racers, though.
fucked up if not.
Because he's not here. I don't know who the fuck that is on the left. Like, all the way on the left?
Isn't that RC?
Is that me?
That's
What's
you.
wrong with my face?
You goofball. It's the one that's like, it has the highlight on it, has the corona. That's you. Look,
It
the
doesn't
teeth
look
are,
like-
are
it
the
looks like
grill
a-
of the car.
It looks... I look like a fucked up crocodile. Okay, so who's the one between Slinky and Woody?
I no idea. That one is unfamiliar to me.
These weapons don't feel good to, like, use as well. Like, this is the only one that makes sense, but it's a dummy shot. A lot of the other ones that fire forward just sort of, like, veer off somewhere immediately after you fire it. And a lot of these just go behind you. You're like, I don't know what they're doing when they're behind me. Like, goodbye, that one went sideways.
I just realized there was a message that I caught in the auto queue like several minutes ago. Brian Headful said, "Shut up, Buzz, I'll kill you." Like in Clock Tower 2 style, I imagine, like a Bates. I'll allow that, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with anything happening now. That's just my bad for slacking on the on the moderation in chat. See, now I've drawn all the attention in the world to it, so...
What? Okay. And the handling feels really slippery. And I'm sure that would be particularly bad if I was actually playing a racing mode in Toy Story Racer. Unfortunately, the game doesn't seem to come with that, at least not for a while.
That is wild.
0 knockouts.
Well, hopefully you earned enough in the previous... Yeah, just to maintain, yeah.
Winner.
I salute you. To all thee who are about to race.
Race
Oh,
challenge.
a race
Okay.
challenge. How nice of them. How considerate.
All right. See how bad this is. I don't have high hopes.
Magnificent
feels
Scoop
really-
says that's like a Stretch Armstrong knockoff is the guy, the mystery man, I think.
Why am I... Oof. Alright, do we have, like, a drift mechanic in here?
I like the
don't think
hardcore
so.
mode UI for this, the Spartan UI they have for this game.
Driving off-road feels bad with how bumpy it is, but, that seems to be how it's in... I like that dog. Do I go right or do I go forward?
Hey, world's your oyster.
Okay, I guess it was whichever I wanted to do.
Whatever your heart desires. That's a line from a RPG Maker online commercial they posted to YouTube. I don't remember which version of RPG Maker, but it's this awesome voiceover that's telling you on all the features of RPG Maker. And among lines such as, "Wow, look at those graphics! You will see that this really is the best system to use." And then one of the lines is the line I said earlier, which I already forgot.
Whatever your heart desires.
You can make whatever your heart desires. With like exactly that cadence. Again, I'm the woman of a thousand
Over-enunciating
voices.
every word.
Yes.
So they definitely don't want you racing off track because it like makes you slow and bumpy, and then most of this track seems to be
It's
off
just
track.
on the grass. That's what makes it a challenge, baby. That's
This is, I don't say this lightly. This is
Okay.
a what were they thinking kind of game for me right now. Like Toy Story Racer, first 3 levels, not racing game. You have to, beat that to actually get to racing. When you get to racing, most of the first track is off-road, so it's real slow and bumpy.
Hey, being a toy's tough. These are the trials and tribulations you'd have to go through. You wouldn't have access to a real racetrack as a toy.
I gotta tell you, I expected way better of this game.
Why?
Because
it's the bad game Hall of Fame.
Okay, two things. First of all, we've picked like almost every single kart racer for this series, so we got to get some good ones in here. But
and yes, Mr. Taco, by the way, just to confirm, yes, it's the same trailer that has. It's almost like cheating in it. Yes, you are correct.
I think, first of all, because I think the first Toy Story Racer was better than this. The Game Boy one played better than this. I didn't even have enough soldiers. Where was I getting soldiers? Did you see soldiers?
Fuck that. Just go back to the title screen and I'll give you a cheat to,
Anyway, I swear I remember people like this game.
Well, you know, people can be wrong.
Okay, this is as far back as I can go.
Well, this isn't going to work because
okay, you're going to need to
press a bunch of
restart or something.
Yeah, which means we have to sit through all these unskippable fucking...
Oh, no, I can hit start.
All right, you can skip them in this game. It's one of the different games that you couldn't skip them in. Okay. Don't press anything.
Yeah.
All right. Circle, triangle, circle, square, X. This probably isn't gonna work. I should probably just. Let me be the one. I'll be the.
You take player one.
Yeah, it occurred to me 2 button presses in, like, oh, this is a stupid way to do this. Circle, triangle, circle, square, X, triangle, triangle, X, square, circle. Then press square on any challenge. Let me put it in again one more time just for good measure. No sound to confirm. No nothing to be like, you did it!
Okay, so 2-player.
Woo-hoo! Saddle up and let's hit it!
I'll be Bogey.
I'm ready to race. Good
I'll be
luck.
Buzz.
You're mocking me, aren't you?
Yeah.
Hey, this just gives us a bunch of game modes and races. This is... Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, so you see these icons here?
Yeah.
This is a racetrack. This is a battle track. Racetrack. We go down here. These are random races. One-lap wonders. These are different, like, modifiers.
Okay.
Battle map. Let's race at the. Did we do Pizza Planet already? Or did you do the arcade?
We did the arcade battle. So
let's do Andy's house. This is one we saw on the Game Boy Color, right?
Sure,
primarily. I don't think we made it too much further than that.
I'm ready to race.
Revenge is not an idea we promote on my
So is a square
I
to do
guess.
drifting?
You know what? Never figured it out.
Oh my god. Cool stairs. Well, they're just a ramp. This is...
I feel like you should be able to feel now why I said I can't really tell if this is bad in the battle mode. But
okay,
I can
that's
tell
completely
in a race.
fair. You were right. This is... It's like the Muppet Race Mania mode where you fucking, do the stunt courses. Or I guess it's just like the basic racing in that, and that's the swimmiest thing I think I've ever played in my life. It's also so hard to tell what the track is supposed to be, where it is supposed to go and whatnot.
Like this sort of like swimmy feel, like definitely works better if it's just like a open area free-for-all kind of thing. Because there, you could swing around real easily to get behind you.
It's so wild. If I just hold right, I spin around in circles.
Yes,
right? Like,
yeah. Like, if I just start, I'm gonna start holding right when I say go, like go. Just immediately turn around.
About face. And again, brutal AI.
I mean, I'm not gonna even say like AI is being brutal because I'm absolutely fucking up.
Because this game doesn't control
me. So if by brutal AI you mean the AI knows how to race, then yeah.
Yeah, it's an unfair advantage. I consider it to be an unfair advantage given the circumstances that we are forced to put up with as the human players here. I think I hate this one.
I don't know if I don't know if it comes across to the folk at home, but like, it really is unnecessarily hard to tell where the race is supposed to be happening. Because they're definitely like right here, right? I'm already fucking this up, so I'm just gonna use this as an example. When I turn around here, and I'm looking at this doorway, what way am I supposed to go? Imagine I'm taking this at speed. Do I want to turn left or right? Like, I can tell, like, left. And if you sit still and you kind of see there is a slight, subtle curve to the left, like, okay, left. But,
I keep going to this corner.
What is this?
I go in the corner
I
every
just did
single
that
time.
Too.
You know what sucks about the camera not, like, pulling as you turn is that, like, I can face, like, 180 degrees, be driving towards the camera, and, like, if I'm just lazy, if I'm not paying complete and full attention at all times to this, it is so easy to hold down the turn key button for too long. I don't want to do this track again. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would the game think?
You know, even that other track I was on, the one that was outside, I feel like that was really badly telegraphed, too, because I never went the wrong way, but there were places where you could see you could turn somewhere, and I was like, I don't know if that's going to be a dead end or not. It doesn't look like it's correct.
I want to try the Toy Smash
versus.
Yeah, you know, why not, right?
Revenge is not an idea we promote on mic.
Good thing we started that match with a boost, huh? You know.
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my...
I thought that was a pickup.
Aw, don't let it get...
What? You only get one hit in this mode?
Yep, you only get one hit.
I don't know why I'm just flagging that now. I know I was watching this earlier, but... There's a reason Mario Kart has the 3 balloons.
I'm out.
Sad, strange little man, and you have my pity.
Trick
I
is
can
just...
still try and steer, though. I'm out.
No, stop hitting buttons.
I'm not hitting anything. I didn't hit shit.
To infinity and beyond.
Exit. Are there any other game modes here? Is there anything else we can...
No. I think we've seen the game.
Activities? What are activities in the context of this game? Fuck that. Toy Smash again? I think it just alternates back and forth between...
Were you hoping for like a coloring book? Like a Phoenix game?
Yeah, I was hoping for a multimedia menu. I was hoping to do.
Hope like weird, translated Italian knockoff Toy Story movie you can watch.
As a bonus feature in this, if you like Toy Story, you'll like The Little Toy Who Could.
Okay, now you can feel how bad this off-road racing feels, too.
Not good.
This is the entire track, is having to bounce up and down like this.
Oh, don't worry, it's a one-track wonder. I think that's the mode I selected, so... Or one-lap wonder, I should say. Yeah, there we go. This is how you fly through all the tracks in the game.
I didn't expect this to be one of the worst. Period.
It's not good. Is this worse than Muppet Race Mania?
Hard to say. This one isn't making me literally physically sick.
An idea we promote on mic.
But I think this is worse.
Yeah, I think it's also content light by comparison. I'm not feeling served as a Toy Story fan. In some way, the Muppet fan would at least be served by Muppet Race Mania. Also, I don't give a fuck about Toy Story. I don't give a fuck about most Disney things, so, you know.
No, you just don't want to go anymore?
Fuck, I overturned.
Oh, you can't go under here. This isn't a shortcut. I am definitely small enough.
I think I made the same mistake earlier. Bad track design.
Horrible track design. Traveler's Tales, Jesus Christ. You could do better than this.
Where's the Game Hut breakdown of this shit?
I was definitely seeing power-ups on the other side of that box through the box.
Still a million noises going on in the background, by the way. You were about to say you think that's it for Toy Story Racer?
I think that's it for Toy Story Racer.
Well, they're having a great time in the background, so we'll leave them to it. We'll leave the Toy Story Racers to Toy Story Racing.
That's still not as bad as Mickey Speedway in terms of sound.
Yeah, it's a rough night. It's only going to get worse from here on out. Our next game is Smurf Racer for the PlayStation 1. This is the racing game with Smurfs in. This was released March 29th, 2001. This was developed by Artificial Mind and Movement.
Oh.
Developers behind Wet, and something we played on the last show. I can't remember what they made in the last thing that we did. Mercenaries 2. The PS2 conversion specifically. Anyway, this is also published by Infogrames.
People might know Artificial Mind and Movement now as Behavior, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
They of Dead by Daylight.
What do you know of the Smurfs? What's your level of affection for the Smurfs?
I know that they're blue. I know that there's a guy named Gargamel who hates them. And I know that the only female of their species was artificially created as a means of creating strife within the Smurf community. And I remember the dancing game on the Wii.
Oh, yeah.
But I never watched the Smurfs growing up.
You know what I gotta say? Fuck the Smurfs. Snork's crew. Snork's gang represent. Just kidding, the Snorks suck too. All these shows sucked. Cartoons weren't good in the 60s and 70s. And arguably for much of the 80s too. And the 90s.
You telling me Heathcliff wasn't good?
English.
Exception that proves the rule.
English.
You can tell he's Brainy Smurf, because he knows the languages.
I'm Brainy. Pleased to meet you. I'll be with you right through the game. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Change the game configuration.
Children's game, so they have to read every menu option out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Except I guess they don't, because they're not doing it anymore. Shoot ammo, drop special weapon, stop and reverse, horn, jump, pause the game.
Okay.
Simple, elegant.
Stop.
I think I might have a game to load for this. I think I might have played this entire game at some point. At least played a cup or two. So I'm not going to this one blind necessarily. I was curious about this one at some point.
Game status.
Do you think we can get into this? Do you think we need a tutorial here? Do you think we need a tutorial on how to play a kart racer?
I'm almost curious about what the tutorial is, but I would say, nah.
I'll reverse out of it if it's...
You want to know what these things are for? Flags are collected during the flag race. The winner is the player who collects the most flags. Of course, a cup is awarded to the winner of a race in hard mode.
All right, good to know.
Okay. You might have done all of them in easy mode then, considering that your save file had like 10 of the laurels, but no cups.
Yes, that would make sense.
Easy. Expert. 1 play, 2 play.
Okay, right into it, or not?
Nah.
Single.
Let's see if this just has every track for me. We have every Smurf. Let's go through them. Papa.
Right.
Smurfette. Wild. King. Jokey. Cook. Hefty. Painter. Super Drive. Astro. Handy. Harmony. I'm gonna go with the guy called Super Drive.
Do you think Astro has like any hopes of ever getting into space?
Astro Smurf. He's there.
No.
Super Drive. An ace drive.
I don't need to hear them describe.
Where you would like the race to take place. Astro.
Man, races you, Brainy. Like you have the flying thing. That seems like an advantage.
The big Smurf. S. Cool. Now.
What do you say? Cool.
So each of those things you can select has like 3 or 4
The village around in the tree
of these tracks built in. Have an overview? it has
Do
to
you click
load
that?
this?
Smurfs who are afraid of heights don't have to play this one.
Oh, thank God.
Now, you need to...
Let's see the first track. Let's see just as
All right.
basic as basic gets in this.
Welcome to battle mode.
Smurfs love blood sports.
One, Smurf!
Not the worst controlling game we played tonight.
Okay, don't run into those. I guess.
I was so curious what they were. Okay, so crash into barrels, that's what gives you items. Jesus Christ, I am bouncing all over the place here.
Not the worst, right? You said
Still not the worst, it's not the worst.
Alright. Granted,
I
we
didn't say
played
it
some
was good.
real bad controlling ones tonight.
Fuck. Well, now we've lost it. This doesn't look
what is
the worst.
Just the wrench, dude. We were at the tutorial and we weren't listening to him.
We didn't read all the tutorial. I think we read
Yeah.
2/8 of the tutorial, 1/4. Dude, tell me there's a chance. It's certainly the most forgiving game. This is certainly the one most understanding that of the fact that children who love the Smurfs, which I guess existed, I guess, you know, with those Smurf reboot movies, but those weren't out yet. This would have been
children
like,
who
just for
love the
kids watching
Smurf.
Boomerang.
I mean, children who love the Smurfs, you were talking about Europe. Very specific parts of Europe.
Do you want to save your game? Yeah, sure. Show me that trophy.
There we are.
Where's my fucking trophy?
Now, you need to smurf a racetrack around the...
I don't think I'm going to smurf a racetrack. I'll race a racetrack.
Where you'd like the race to take place. The Forbidden Zone. Cool.
Danger.
Now, you need to
Like, they-
smurf a race
Duh.
The haunted man.
They do the thing of like have everything be narrated to make it more clear to children what, you know, the things are. But they also do the Smurf thing of just randomly replace verbs with the word Smurf.
And nouns and adjectives.
Yeah.
One, Smurf.
This is what it is to smurf. Oh, God. Huh?
Yeah, I understand why you did that.
The name of this track is The Haunted Mansion, by the way. So Disney, time to sue this game. Time to blam this piece of crap.
The Haunted Mansion. Excuse me, not just Haunted Mansion. It's like how dumb Starbucks wasn't copyright infringement.
That's true. But it did violate health code law, so... Ugh. I was like, getting into corners is rough.
It's
Crashing
not as
into
rough as that.
walls.
Not as rough as that Disney game from earlier.
Well, of course. Nothing's gonna be as rough as that, huh? Rough as guts.
Getting into the corners just literally destroys the game.
Oh, I can press triangle to drop the wrench. Maybe that's like an obstacle you leave behind that if people drive into it, they're,
See,
Why
that's
am I
not
losing
intuitive.
speed? Oh! Okay, see that meter on the right-hand side? That's ticking down? That's why you need to hit the keys.
Okay. Number, you mean, not meter, but...
Yes. So I guess you use the keys to wind up your car, and if you hit 0 on that counter, that is like running out of juice, effectively.
See, I thought it was like you drop your wrench, and it's like, oops, I got rid of the one thing keeping my car together. So you didn't hit... Wait, that went back up. You didn't hit the key there.
I drove between them. Maybe that's good enough.
Right. So maybe it's like a checkpoint thing that if you don't hit the checkpoint in that amount of time...
I don't remember these mechanics existing in the easy mode, by the way. I think they may introduce these in the expert mode, to add an extra layer to gameplay.
Yep. Okay, you don't have to hit the keys. You just have to drive through those checkpoints.
Merciful. I love them for that.
That's a really weird punitive measure to take. Like, if you're not fast enough between a checkpoint, then you just lose more time. Like, you're already not going fast enough, so we made you go slower.
Oh, can you read the comment by Video Game King, by the way, that explains the mechanics of this?
Okay. Video Game King says that wrench is a character-specific item that slows down your enemies. In fact, Same Fact says every character has their own item, and they all slow down your enemies.
So interchangeable, but they each get a different icon for it. Sure.
Yeah, because like in
Why
my
not?
mind, wrench means fix your car, not disable someone else's.
You speak as someone who's played video games before. That's not
Yeah.
what the target market for this game was. This is for someone who's like, Mario Kart? Never heard of him. Now, Smurfs, on the other hand, Smurfs I can get into.
No, Smurfs I've smurfed of. This track feels like it's very long.
Yeah, each of these laps has been longer than a minute. Maybe like a minute 15, minute 30. This did look like a longer track. It would look like had a lot of twists and turns, and it's relatively straightforward. I mean, compared to Toy Story Racer, this is like beautiful how linear this is. I will say that the items, that the mushroom rockets you're picking up, you can't shoot them backwards. These only go forward. So if you're in the lead, you're just basically stockpiling these things.
Yeah. I guess your wrench is supposed to be your behind thing, so you're just supposed to be dropping them constantly?
Whenever it recharges.
Does it recharge, or is that what the barrels are for? Yeah, see?
You're right. When you're right, you're right.
Hey.
I am the best! Do you want to save your game? Sure. Oh, you know why we're not getting the fucking trophies for it? I'm not playing, like, the championship mode.
Yeah, you're doing single race.
That was fucking dumb of me.
Well, it makes more sense to do single race for the sake of showing this game off,
Yes, it
I
does.
think.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to play through this entire game on Expert at some point, just in my own time, just for my own edification.
Single race, championship, flag race. One
Versus.
Yeah.
flag race versus.
Let's see it. I'll be Smurfette this time.
Okay.
Alright, pick your favorite Smurf.
Ooh, is there like a delay to it when you pick people?
Maybe a slight one. You have to press X to actually make them appear.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Slime.
I'll take Painter.
Now you must smurf where you would like the race to take place. The Forbidden Zone. F the big.
Let's
I
go
know
to
it's
the big
trite.
castle.
I know it's trite to mentally replace Smurf with curse words, but it really does work too well.
Inside the walls.
Inside the walls. We got Smurfs inside the walls. Gonna need to call an exterminator.
Just us two.
3, 2.
Why are there two arrows? Why are there two directions right out the fucking gate here?
I don't know. I'll go this way. Yeah, I get a tube of paint. Ooh, draw
I get a
distance.
heart.
Not great. Onk. Okay. Install it.
So did you hear that the Smurfs takes place in medieval times? That's like a period piece.
You know what? That makes sense to me.
I never knew that until I played this game. I was playing it on the Discord, and someone was like, I was mentioning, like, wow, it's weird. Like, you know, what's with all the kings and stuff? And they're like, well, it's, you know, like, it's medieval times. That's why it's like, you know, there's a wizard named Gargamel. That's why they live so quaint, live such simple lives, the Smurfs.
Yeah, it's not something I've ever thought of, but it makes sense.
I guess I'm just not thinking about the Smurfs all that often, really.
Also, you might be thinking about the movies as well, which take place in modern times. Once they get transported to our world. Don't like how this controls at all.
Yeah,
Can
no.
I say that right now?
It's like now that I'm flying into the walls, that I'm getting like air and stuff, and it's not great. Still a damn sight better than Toy Story Racer. I'm still standing by that. Circus is in town.
Yes, I need to take another 2 weeks off.
Don't say that to me. No. Well, if you take 2 weeks off, you'll be back just in time for the next episode of Kursed Kart Racers.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's how we schedule these things. Is there a drift mechanic in this game? There isn't, right?
I don't think so. I think you can hit circle to do like a sharper turn. You can like slow down. You can reverse if you're like driving into a wall or whatever. But I think ultimately...
What did I hit? What did I... This is a wall. This is a wall right here.
Yeah, I've hit that too. I've run
into
into that there too.
That's a wall? Okay, that's obviously a wall.
Here a wall, there a wall. Everywhere goddamn walls. Who would have thought that when we started a series dedicated to documenting all the worst Mario Kart ripoffs, that all these rip-off video games, that a lot of them would not be up to like any sort of quality standard? Who would have assumed?
I'm gonna load up Devil May Cry 2 on another monitor.
You can't. Ugh. I want to see if I can slow down the game by firing all my missiles.
Look, please, Mister.
And I still win.
I don't, because I've been running into every single wall.
No, that's fair.
I was never going to win this race.
Hey, guess what? They're showing their gameplay mode in this.
I know.
Flag race. We'll see what that's about. I appreciate your commitment to finishing the race, though.
Only 20 seconds behind. It's just a hair's breadth.
Real photo finish.
Now you must smell where you would like.
Cool.
Sing flag rails.
I think I broke Sharky, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be Papa Smurf.
Papa Smurf. He's a...
Wait.
Just
Oh
you.
my god, I know what it did. Okay. This is wild.
Stop. Excellent.
Okay. Number of players.
Flag rails.
I'm gonna do this and let's see if this does the same fucking thing. Alright, hit backwards.
Single race.
It switches to fucking single player when you back out of. So you have to back out to this menu.
Oh.
Versus flag race.
How do you fuck that up?
Papa Smurf. He...
Did no one test this shitty game before they released it? Waka waka.
Be Astro.
Smurf.
It reminds me of the first video game I ever played, Astro Grover.
3, 2, 1.
We didn't get to choose a track for this.
Nope, this is just flag mode.
I'm having an issue grabbing any of these flags. There we go. There is a timer on the left. God, they are unforgiving. You need to be... You need to touch the stick to grab the flags here.
Oh, that's...
Is this also
quite a
basically like
delay
battle mode?
between...
Oh,
Yeah,
if you
this is
crash
essentially-
into something, if you bump into a wall, you drop all the flags you've collected.
I don't think all the flags, but definitely more than one.
I wonder if this is just first to have the most flags, or if it's like wait for time to run out.
I think it is like whoever has the most flags at the end wins.
Well, there's only 100 seconds left in this.
God damn it! I'm just trying to turn around it.
Fuck. I mean, this is certainly.
Well, this is the end of my flags.
This is certainly a take on a battle mode. It's a unique spin on.
Also,
with how, oh, you go ahead.
With how the font is, I can barely tell how many flags I have.
Why would you need to know that information? It's only the purpose of this game mode. Slime says she want to smurf me because I look like Zerodle. This is a joke just for me. I mean, Zerodle jokes. Eiffel 65 bits. That's the way to my heart, though. So it's... Folks, go to Zerodle.com. Check it out.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you how to spell it. Just figure it out.
Yeah, his
Feel
hit
it in your
single,
heart.
I Want to Be. If you ever wonder what the blue alien from the Eiffel 65 Blue music video got up to, he started a solo career and ended a solo career after one music video. But it is a banger.
No radar, so I'm not allowed to know where you are to help myself. God damn it. It's bottom of the list.
Wow, that strongly you feel about it, huh?
No, okay, not the bottom of the list, but we're looking at like bottom 10, bottom 15.
All right. I think that's fair. That was Smurf Racer. It has an exclamation point at the end, by the way. It's not the Smurf Racer, it's Smurf Racer! You gotta do it with enthusiasm. And enthusiasm I do not have for this game, but but what can you do? Except pick out the next game, move to the next one down on the list, which is Moorhuhn Kart. Crazy Chicken Karts. The Moorhuhn franchise. We had to get to this sooner rather than later, eventually, here on the Bad Game Hall of Fame. This little guy, this crazy chicken, has games spanning every genre. They made a lot of Moorhuhn games. I think they're mostly German.
Yes.
That sounds correct in my head. I
looked it up, but I believe it is German.
In fact, we're playing a German. This is a German game. This is strictly a PAL Germany release, according to my disc info here. This was released November 1st, 2002, so we're moving into 2002 with this one. Developed by Phenomedia. It's supposed to be like a play on phenomenal and media, but that doesn't play. It doesn't beat out. Phenomedia Publishing, published
Intergaging.
We're not up the Garfield cart yet. You can't do Nathan Marcy jokes. Published by Actronic Software and Services. You know, in case people want to know. How's your German, Sharky?
9.
That's good.
I'm having a hard time seeing right now.
Entertaining people. Great. There's no audio so far, by the way, in the game. There we go. Kein Spieldaten auf der Memory Card und Memory Card Steckplast gefunden. Ja. Don't pull the memory card out. Whatever. You know what? I'm gonna not care about my progress in this. Options.
Okay.
9. Zrook. Kart Duel. Rennen Starden. 2-player, I imagine. Character. You know, all the characters from Moorhuhn. All your favorite characters. Moorhuhn. Lesshuhn. That's kind of funny. Morfrosch. Pumpkin. Schneemann. Where's the crazy frog?
Interesting. Sorry, you set me on my own little rabbit hole. Because you mentioned Nathan Masry. I wanted to look up what he's been up to. So I saw he was tweeting stuff about a couple days ago. So I was like, okay, I'll just go check out his Twitter. He's been suspended. Sometime in the last week, he got suspended off Twitter.
Charky, look at this.
Yeah, I'm looking. We were back at TuxKart.
Yeah. 2002. At least it's snappy. I'm not gonna say it controls good.
Not anymore.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, we're going to a tunnel. I'm getting some interference. Slime says, "Welcome back,
Shadow
GBA
Man
3D."
Remember Shadow Man on the PS1 where you got to that one like narrow passage and the frame rate just tanked?
I sure
More than
do.
it already did.
But I seem to remember you getting up to that point. I didn't play that. Pretty sure you did. On whatever.
Yes, I did
episode.
play that.
What episode was that even for? What?
That must have been Bad Game Chance Tam. Oh, I like that xylophone sound when you're rubbing up against the wall.
You know what's awesome? No one on this track. It's just more room for me, baby. It's probably because I picked like
pure
time
racing.
trial or single track or.
I think probably time trial.
This is wild to look at. This is the how low rent this is.
It's really like the kart itself does have that GBA in 3D look.
The draw distance gives GBA 3D.
I feel like at any point in time they could have played this and go like, you know what, we could take the tunnel out.
You know, I don't think it's adding anything. In fact, we're losing frames, so.
Like the cows.
Say something nice, like the cows. Cool. And I bet I'm gonna have to play that same track again when I go into Grand Prix mode.
Prima. Oh wait,
So there's Rennen, Starden, Kart, Duel, Hilfe. I think Hilfe is that help.
yeah.
Oh boy, it sure is. Grand Prix. Yeah, duh. My bad. That's on me.
Are there other racers? Or are you just in pole position?
Position 1, it says.
Okay. Items. Okay.
Wow, the frame rate is, let's see how it gets in the tunnels. Even better than before. So even though we can't see the racers, even though they're out of view, just the fact that they're running the track at all is really throwing the game off. Is causing performance loss.
Imagine like two players where it's gonna have to render twice. Oh, look at that.
I can't believe a game that looks this bad is struggling this hard on the PlayStation 1. Again, like I know like the PS1 is not exactly like, you know, a powerhouse. I couldn't avoid that if I wanted to.
What year was this? 2004?
2002.
Almost as bad. Stick of gum or something?
Are we sure this isn't the Game Boy Advance? Are we sure I didn't accidentally? I'm really beginning to question it.
There's something happening to the sound now. And I don't mean the whoom whoom thing. Like, do you hear like a hissing?
It sounds like bees. I think that's just the motor running. It sounds like Angry Bees.
No, not that. I mean, I can definitely pick out the motor, but I don't know. I thought I heard like a hissing for a bit, like if there's like a bad audio-visual cable or something.
I think that's just the motor sound. I think it just, when it stacks on top of itself, because you have other racers on the track, I think it just sounds unpleasant. Fucking hell.
Johnny Baggett says, if you told me this was a Net Eurosa game, I'd be very impressed.
Can't believe I'm gonna lose on the last lap. And by lose, I mean get anything that is in first place. Wait.
Wait. There you go. You
They
guys
keep
keep
racing,
going.
we
I'm
stop.
done.
Yeah, you know, I proved what I had to prove. I did what I set out to do here.
I'm not in a cake song over here.
Ooh, the desert. The desert of the real. Was that supposed to be me stuttering out?
Yeah, I think you did a bad start.
Oh my god, they gave up with the draw distance here. You can't just... It's all mirages, Sharky.
Yeah.
All the trees, all the... Oh god! That was heinous. I can't believe this is the second track in this game. I can't believe this is a track in this game. I would have hidden this. I would have... if I made this, if I were responsible for this, I would race it once and be like, oh no, no one can ever see this. I had to keep racing because there's a swarm of angry bees behind me. I don't want to go out like
Have this
Macaulay
stop
Culkin.
sign covering my entire screen.
There's a
If they know
stop
it's a
sign
hammer.
covering your screen? What are you?
No, you have the hammer power up, and it just looks like a stop sign that's covering up your
Oh!
entire screen.
Okay, I get you.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was... I guess that was elevated. I guess we
okay.
drove off the track. It's hard to tell when everything is the same fucking texture, right? When you're just surrounded by sand and it just blends in.
Is that noise again? Like, I think you're right. I think it is like the engine sound stacking on top of each other, but in a way that's like...
Viscerally unpleasant.
It sounds like it's corrupting the audio.
Nice own goal there, yeah.
Yeah. Nice alley-oop to yourself.
You know, this is a great way to teach kids about poppin'. Right? You know, if you want to teach a course in game design, just load up Moorhuhn Kart and be like, all right, so this is called poppin'. This is when objects appear when they're cold if they're a certain distance away, as illustrated here as we drive down this straight stretch of road.
You know, you ever hear those people who are like, when I have kids, I'm going to start them playing on the NES and then let them work their ways up?
Yeah, I think that's child abuse. Is what we call that in the business. Hey, son, here's the deal. You know I'm a gamer, right? Yeah, Dad, you never shut the fuck up about it. Yeah, I know. So I want you to enjoy my hobby, too. So we're going to start with the 2600. We're going to teach you how to play Pitfall. And, Dad, all the kids in my school are playing Call of Duty. Well, you're going to work your way up there. You'll play Call of Duty, too, in like a decade.
It's also the same thing as people who like say like I'm gonna get my kids like started on like Looney Tunes, like I got started, or I'm gonna have them start listening to the music I listen to when I was kid. It's the idea of like I came out perfectly, so my child must follow the exact same story arc that I did.
I'm not actually gonna race this whole race, but ay. It doesn't get any better.
Draw this is an issue if everything in front of you is a wall. Bye.
This really does feel like TuxKart. It really does feel like we've gone back to... This is Linux running on the PlayStation 1. It's actually very impressive when you consider running a whole operating system underneath it.
Thanks for the heads up from Pro Striker that there is Moorhuhn Kart 4 on Steam.
Alright, how do we... Two Splier.
Yes.
I'll be... Moorhuhn.
I'll be Leshoon. I said I'll be Leshoon.
Oh
You
my
have
god, I
control
have
of
to
this.
select for you.
Vulcan Wet.
Yes, please. Look at that JPEG artifacting on this fucking... On
Yeah.
the logo. Okay, you do have control.
Yeah.
You pressed X too
Okay.
early.
Alright, so it works like that in this game.
What is this track? You can't do this. This isn't allowed.
Oh! What did I do? What? Oh, don't.
This is... We're in hell. This really is like hell. It looks like hell. It plays like hell.
Hey, don't hit
Feels
right
like-
trigger.
Oh, you're looking behind you. Stop doing
Yeah.
that. You give yourself a headache. As if this game isn't already.
Oh, I like how you can, like, fuck with the culling. Like, even more if you, like, switch back and forth real fast.
Oh, that's nauseating. I did it for a second and I will not be doing it again. This is, there's so many winners we come across in Kursed Kart Racing. So many of these are such treats. You know, underappreciated, underrepresented. Also, I'm
This
realizing this is a
controls-
PAL resolution game, so the entire top part of the heads-up display is cut off
Yes.
on my screen, but whatever. Fuck it.
This controls with the same amount of sterility as, like, moving a mouse on the screen controls. Like, yeah, I guess it did go left. That is correct. Like, that's not to say it's accurate in a good way, that's to say it's just bland.
This is very much no frills kart racing. Whoop! I'm losing it, Sharky. It's...
I had to feel something. So does it have multi-tap support?
I don't think it does. I
We
think
do
if
like
four
that-
players are
that's-
spared.
Would do like that Street Racer game, or whatever, and have 8 people?
Yeah, you gotta hook up PlayStations to one another. Seeger!
Seeger.
Hardly knew her.
That oil thing is really like just setting a trap for yourself.
If someone is ahead of you.
What is this thing? What is this?
That might be protection.
UFO.
That might be like a shield. Or maybe protects you against a single hit or something. You think that's gonna do it for Moorhuhn Karts?
Sure.
I think we've got all we need to get out of that. I don't think there was a yeah, 2-player just takes you directly here. I don't think there's like a versus mode. I think it's just racing. So we've seen all there is to see, or as much as I feel we need to see, for the purposes of this format, of the show format. But format dictates that we still have more games to play, even though it has been 3 hours.
Yes.
So our next game tonight, Beano Town Racing.
Alright, if you got some indigestion, if you're feeling a little gassy, here's the racing game for you.
This is a game developed by Simeon Industries and published by Zoo Digital Publishing on November of 2003. So Beano Town, the Beano and Dandy comics in the UK. What's his name? Dennis the Menace.
Yes.
Not the Dennis
One
the
of
Menace
the-
that we know in North America. The UK Dennis the Menace, one with the red
Right.
and black striped shirts. So
Which are
the-
completely different, but came out like at the same time.
So
Like-
here's the trick. I got to figure out how to run this. I got to remember how I set this up. Probably like a DG Voodoo 2 thing. Oh yeah, it sure is. Bear with me while I actually get this to show up on screen. That's the trick of it, isn't it? Beano Town. And I'm sure I'm going to have to adjust the volume as well. Oh, it crashed. Promising. Now let's try launching it again. Okay, it crashed again.
So, okay. So people in chat are saying that, oh, this is the original Dennis the Menace, is the British one. No, they came out on the same day.
Yeah, and the ultimate
United
example of parallel thinking.
Yes, the United States Dennis the Menace and the UK Dennis the Menace literally debuted on the same day.
There's a config.exe. I ran this before. This previously ran. Every time I launch it, maybe I need to. Am I forgetting to like put like a disk in? Is it like forgetting to serve me up the error message for you should have the fucking disk in the system if you're gonna try to play this game? I bet that's what it is. All right, let me try this after mounting. You're mounting this to Windows. Okay. Sorry, folks. I expect this one to just work for some reason, even though it's a 2003 game installed on Windows 11. For some reason, I thought this would just work. My bad. Wow, this really doesn't want to run. I'll try running it as administrator just to... Yeah, I think we're gonna have to scrap this one. Because I don't feel like troubleshooting this right now. I don't remember it being particularly good. For what it's worth.
We're not going to be able to see Biffo the Bear race.
Biffo the Bear is in this? Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's part of the Beano thing.
Well, that's a goddamn shame.
Why is Biffo getting a resurgence, by the way? I'm seeing people post more Biffo lately than ever
it's the same
before.
people, like the same reason people like Heathcliff and just those like absurdist comedy comics. I mean, I get it. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna move right along. I think there's not much else we can do in the situation other than to move it along to the next game on the list, which will actually begin a bit of a block of games that we're gonna go through relatively quickly. To close out the show. I'm also stalling because I need to reopen our show document. Alright, here we go. So our next game tonight, I promised that we would experience another new console tonight. We played our first Linux game on the context of the show, in the context of the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Now it's time we play our first NUON game, which is Merlin Racing for the NUON. We'll get to what the NUON is in a second. First, let me just say that this game was developed by One Miracle Designs and published by VM Labs, who were also the manufacturers, the inventors, innovators behind the NUON format. This game released December 6th, the year 2000, so we're going back in time a little bit for this. I'll explain why once we get to the next few games on the list. But before we get to that, we should really talk about the NUON. Sharky, what's your familiarity with the NUON?
I have heard of it before. That's my familiarity with it. I've heard of this before.
Very good. So allow me to educate you. The NUON was a console of sorts developed by VM Labs and launched in July of 2000. Really, it's not really a console, it's a DVD player. It's a DVD player standard with some additional functionality baked in to given DVD players, DUVDA, as they pronounce it in the UK. So in addition to playing back DVDs while also adding some of those enhanced DVD navigational tools, you could do like zoom and smooth scanning on DVD play. So it was a neat little DVD player, but you know, the bonus feature is that it came with a controller and supported a small library of 3D games. So they were pushing that you can play your DVDs and play games too. This was a compelling sell until the PlayStation 2 came along and also did that. So, good idea, best intentions. This really compares to the 3DO and the Philips CDI are two other consoles that come to mind when I look at the NUON here. Not just because they're all flops, but because they had a scheme, they had a production. A quirk of the production was that different manufacturers produced different models. They were selling their DVD players, but they would have the NUON standard built into them. And so if you were in North America, there was a couple of Samsung DVD players that had NUON built in. If you were in Europe, you would, I think, also have Samsung. Toshiba put out a couple. I think for the Korean market, there's a Motorola version of this. So different manufacturers all being given the spec for it, saying like, hey, we're selling the rights to this technology to incorporate into your DVD player. You do the manufacturing and we'll reap the profits, is basically the idea here, which is very similar to how the 3DO managed its production. There's one small problem with this. There's one small problem with this brilliant scheme. Only 8 games ever released for the NUON in its entire short lifespan. I believe this was discontinued in 2004, but was probably given up on well before that. The most notable game for the NUON, the most requested game, the one game that people wanted off of the NUON on like real consoles, was Tempest 3000. Yes, Llamasoft and Jeff Mintner developed an exclusive version of Tempest for this obscure fucking standard here. Needless to say, it did not necessarily move units. As cool as it is to have, as cool as Llamasoft games are, they're not necessarily like Jeff Mintner is not a name that people buy consoles based off of. He's just not at that level. So if that was the biggest get they had, that's really not enough to sell a console on. Now, mercifully, for those of you who haven't played Tempest 3000 and would like to, Songbird Productions re-released this game in 2024 for the NUON, which is to say they did a new production run for NUON standard DVDs that can only be played on a NUON console.
Your move, limited run games.
The cost of that game, $80 fucking dollars. Which I guess if you have $80 to burn on a game, then you can pony up to $400 or $500 to get a fucking NUON on eBay at that point. I don't understand that business model at all, but that's what it is to be a NUON fan, is to just be thrown these stupid business models.
So are you going to be buying Ernest Evans on the Genesis or the Sega CD?
Ugh, God, it never ends. It's cyclical. So that's the NUON. We'll maybe revisit games in future for it. But I will say there is only one emulator currently that can even launch these games. It is called Nuance, which a great name. It is not fully finished. These games do not run as they were meant to run. This is a case where we're going to get a very compromised look at this game, a very inaccurate take on this particular product. But I do want to show it off in its original capacity. And then we will be able to explore some of the content in the game as we play different versions of it for different consoles to sort of spoil what's coming up next. I'm stalling for time because I'm trying to find my NUON collection in the background here. Merlin Racing. I think I need to run this nuon.run file. And there we go. Okay, let's hook into... Alright, dial that volume. This is probably good. Merlin Racing. Standard options, not many of them. Start game. We have arcade, adventure, time trial, and tournaments. Let's start the adventure mode. What could adventure mode in this game be?
Oh. Sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say. That's it.
So it doesn't work.
Ah.
This is supposed to be like a Diddy Kong Racing. Oh, there we go. We actually
Yeah, I was
bullshitted
our
our way
about
through
to
it.
say something about.
Ow. I pressed start to skip all that. I'm sure there's a cutscene there. I think Shane did a video on the new one. I think they may have. Re-res. So,
Okay.
Diddy Kong Racing.
This actually is what I thought it was going to be based on. The
Even
main
has the same
adventure.
camera as Diddy Kong Racing. The same momentum on the camera. So they were really modeling after it. They were really looking at it and being like, we could do that. No, I didn't mean to hit quit. Whoops. I meant to go to quit, but the inputs here are a little laggy.
I like the whistle as like the main melodic instrument in that song.
So let's just do arcade. Let's look at our characters here. We have Chloe, Cadmus, Flossie, Chaz, Hogan, Ahab, Rocco, Polly, Picasso, and Argyle. I'll be Rocco. Let's check out these tracks. Sunny Farms, Frozen Falls, Capital City. There's a reason we're going through all of these, by the way. Merlin Modes, Emerald Forest, Boulder Canal, Village Pass, Jupiter X 2005, Fort Cactus, Downtown, Saturn Speedway, 3 Mile Isle, Forgotten Atrium, Robot C-Zone, Atlantis City, Aqua Verde, Starport 18, Palace
Favorite
Gardens,
song.
Space Race, Sunlit Waters, Summer Swamp, Amethyst Run, Purple Maze, Neptune Folly, Fire Temple, Sunny Farms.
We've gone all the way through.
That's a lot of fucking tracks. Credit where credit's due. That's a lot of tracks. And obviously different ones will switch between spaceships for the space tracks, standard carts for the standard tracks. I think there's planes and there are boats. So again, just fully copying the Diddy Kong Racing template. Let's go downtown.
Oh, there's that whistle.
Blow my whistle, baby.
You ever hear the uncensored version of that song?
Yes. Okay. So, problem with NUON emulation at this current juncture.
Interesting strategy.
It cannot emulate the AI. They make a basic attempt, but their navigation is completely off, and this is apparently an emulation issue. This is apparently just an issue with the ability for nuance to understand the nuances, if you will, of AI subroutines and stuff. But we can at least do the basics of racing here. We can at least see, you know, this was a 3D console, for what it's worth. A little less powerful than the N64 or PlayStation 1. But, you know, for something built into a DVD player, something that was like a bonus value add, it's better to have it than not, I guess. Unless it jacked up the price of those NUONs back in the day. I wouldn't know. I don't have the full history of the NUON fresh in memory right now.
Slime Generator says it's super ethical of them to make an emulator of no AI.
I would like this emulator to continue development. I don't know when the last update for it was, but I think I've seen it update before in my time, waiting on it to get better. I think it works mostly fine for running like Tempest 3000. I think there's a Space Invaders, a version of Space Invaders on this that probably runs okay.
I feel like Tempest would be the one that they like would put all their focus on to make actually function.
You know what's actually interesting is that different manufacturer makes and models of the NUON, there's a few of them that had exclusive games. Like there's an exclusive Crayon Shin-Chan game. There isn't like exclusive like to Japan, right, in the way that region availability. It is exclusive to a specific model of NUON, and that's not the only game to have that sort of. So there's like, to assemble a complete NUON collection, even though it's 8 games, you'd also have to get 3 or 4 different models of fucking NUON to be able to play those games. So just a disaster of an attempted entry into the console market. Just absolutely every decision they could screw up, they screwed up. I imagine with actual competitive racers, this game would still not be good. This would still be a very poor man's take on a Mario Kart. Sure, not to satisfy. I mean, unless you really like the cartoony, the little furry guys, funny little animals and whatnot. Unless that's really all you need to get yourself across the finish line in one of these games. In which case, more power to you, but you're probably better served with actual Diddy Kong Racing. I'm going to guesstimate. Do you think it's even fair to try and rate this one?
Solely based on the fact that we're not getting the proper experience of it. Okay, so obviously the AI isn't working correctly, but what other aspects of it would you say are probably not?
We can't play the adventure mode at all because every frame cutscene it just it blinks at the screen. We're getting weird graphics pop in that is surely an emulation error and not an actual
Yeah, this maybe is not something that we should rate per se.
I want to see one more track before we move on. I'll be Chloe. Show me that was traditional karting, right? That we just did.
I think
I already forgot. Give me a track in the bayou. Give me a swamp or something. Oh, Boulder Canal. Let's see what water looks like in this. We have the surface tension. We have Wave Race 64 levels of. So that's nice.
It's not randomly spiking and making jagged things.
This controls almost exactly the same as the kart racing. That will happen in the simulator. I'm glad this at least that it's displayable, right? It's a start. It's a sign that someone could probably run with this. I think this emulator is up on GitHub, so someone could maybe branch it and finish it if it's been abandoned or gets abandoned at some point. I mean, Merlin Racing. I mean, the people deserve to be able to Merlin race as they please at their leisure, and to not have to pay $80 fucking for a copy of Tempest 3000. And there we go. That's a crash. That happens in the simulator as well, as you try to race the races in this game. So again, not all the way there. Not even close, one would argue. Some might say. That being said, I'm just going to check out one more aspect of this game as I relaunch it. Let's see a space track, why don't we? And again, there's a reason we're being exhaustive in this game that barely even works or runs. There's a reveal coming. There is a twist to this story, okay? You gotta believe me. You gotta ride with me on this one for a little bit. Let's do a space race. That's gotta be a space track, right?
Sure. There we go.
And they're off. I'm gonna say
does this control any differently?
Yeah, it's almost a bit more stiff, which is strange because we're floating. We should literally be flying and gliding and stuff. But it almost feels a little heavier than the boat or the standard karts. I flew right over that hole though, so that was neat. Yeah, this is, I just can't imagine this being particularly great. I can imagine it at least being competent, right? If
all you had was a DVD player.
If all you had was a specific model of DVD player that was advertised for its game playing capabilities. So that is the console that your mom and or dad bought you as a child. They're like, we know you want to play Nintendo
bought themselves.
Games. Yeah.
Bought themselves we want to watch, some movies on the TV, but we heard this one can do video games too. So
yeah, we wanted to watch Legally Blonde, so we bought this DVD player, but it has games in it for you.
Well, not in it, right? You
No,
still have
no,
to
no.
buy
Yeah,
them.
you still have to buy the games. That's a fair point. I don't know. Is this the worst thing in the world? No. Is it? Can I imagine it being like? I just can't imagine it being great, right? What I'm trying to get to here is that even if this was fully functional, even if we just had like an actual NUON in front of us, this game's only going to rise to a certain level. It's ambitious enough for the weirdo platform, for the fringe that it exists within, for the weird ass fucking niche that it occupies, but ultimately, right, it's still second rate compared to. It's got a good track selection. That you can definitely give it that. That it has an impressive number of tracks, spanning all the different vehicle types.
I'm thinking about something now, since, we mentioned that thing about, it has games in it, and I said, well, you probably had to buy the games. Back when I sold video game consoles to people, like, they would be, like, surprised or upset that, for the most part, because they did have, like, bundle systems, but for the most part, when you bought a video game console, it didn't come with the video game. And the parents would be like, "Why doesn't it come with a game? It's what's the point if it doesn't come with a game?" And like, maybe if you're like an old head and you just remember that almost every video game console came with like a bundle, but like it's not a guaranteed thing, right?
No.
Because when you buy a microwave, it doesn't come with food. I feel like people should be a little less surprised when you buy video game
Temper
console
their
that does not come with a
expectations.
game.
Yes. I just wanted to confirm that this Fire Lake, we're still just doing the standard hover boats, and it still just works like water. So that's gonna do it for Merlin Racing. As much as we're able to show of it and vet of it and so forth. So we'll go ahead, hide that from view. Now, the NUON was obviously a dead end, right? That obviously the fact that no one here has heard of the NUON, well, maybe our fans.
Yes.
Maybe our audience is familiar with the NUON, but most people, 99.9999% of people have never heard of the fucking NUON before, right? But they made this whole game, they made all these tracks, they put all this work into it. And then they realized in the year 2000 that a better system for this game, for this style of game, might be the PlayStation, and then they ended their thoughts. Despite the fact that the PlayStation 2 was out in 2000, and they proceeded to release 4 games for the PlayStation 1 that all serve as stripped-down versions of Merlin Racing. This is one of the craziest, wildest, dumbest decisions. Rather than just saying, hey, we built this whole game, it's pretty content-rich, let's take Merlin Racing, put it on the PS1. They're like, no, we put so much work into this, we're gonna milk this for 4 fucking separate video games. The first of them to come out is Miracle Space Race. The race is on. Again, developed by Miracle Designs, published, of course, by Midas Interactive.
Yep.
Published 2003.
I believe that this was on a very early, I'll say, Discord exclusive Games from a Hat stream that I did.
Also, look at that bottom right corner. Is that Mud Duck? Is that Mud Duck Productions? They have Malice? I think it is.
I can't tell on this screen because it's really tiny, but I'll take your word for it.
I believe it is. I believe we'll see it in the developer splash screens at the top too. Ooh, that's interesting. All right, Miracle Space Race. This is the first, as you might be able to gather, this one focused on the space races. So what they did was they stripped the games down to each of the different vehicle types and then made games to focus on each of those different vehicle types.
Mud Duck.
There they are. Watch our Malice playthrough, folks. Licensed by Midas Interactive. Okay, so we're getting... It all makes sense. It's all coming together.
Was this a PAL only release?
No, this is North America. This is
right, Midas in North America.
NTSC
All
release. Right. Yep. Oh, I should mention it was June 15th of 2003. Oh, I'm absolutely going to need to lower this. All right, hopefully that's good.
I know that you don't have that info immediately on hand, but I'd be curious what the file size of this is 50 laps.
It defaults to 5. I think we'll keep it at 3. You want to know how big this game is?
Yeah, because I seem to remember it being like 30 megabytes.
160. It might be
Okay.
zipped. 30. This music is so loud. This game is so loud. Let me dial this in, because I'm sure the race itself is going to be loud as fuck, too. Okay, good enough. I'll keep it on 3 laps. Back out. Start game. Tournament, arcade, and time trial. You know what this game doesn't have?
No adventure.
No adventure. No multiplayer.
See, you get adventure-
2003.
You get adventure mode if you get all 4 discs together and shove them all in the PlayStation at the same time on top of each other.
Hogan, Ahab, Chaz, Cadmus, Argyle, Rocco, Flossie, Polly. We're missing the girl character. I don't remember their name, mind you, but...
You know, now with the benefit of having a larger screen so I can see it, Rocco looks very afraid out of his mind on that character select screen.
So, I want you to count how many fucking tracks there are in this game.
Was it
1,
3?
2, 3. Because there are only 3 space tracks in fucking Merlin Racing.
Look, this is like
NUON.
Pokemon Red and Blue. That's the situation we're dealing with here.
I can't fucking believe the gall of these motherfuckers to release these games like this.
They're like, oh, y'all didn't want to support the NUON? Well, fuck you.
Piecemeal, bitch.
Like, something about the way that they are all just wide-eyed and just kind of like not really reacting to anything other than just kind of pensively looking around makes all of these animals look like they're scared out of their minds.
Well, yeah, they're animals. They shouldn't be driving.
Yeah.
They have no concept of space. It doesn't control good, by the way. It controls completely different from the NUON version. For
Because
whatever that's worth.
Like, as I implied earlier, I have played this game before, and I don't remember it controlling very well.
I guess this feels like it's flying a spaceship. I guess this... I wouldn't know. I can only assume here, but... This is what it's like to be Buzz Aldrin. Love this mod music. We're coming around full circle. It's like TuxKart all over again. For the 3rd time.
I kind of miss the gym whistle from the first game. What do you call that kind of whistle that was in that song in the original one?
I just call it a whistle.
Yeah, but a whistle can be a lot of things. But there's that very distinct timbre of like the whistle that you hear like a track meets and that kind of stuff. That real metallic.
I like a shrill whistle.
Shrishel.
Fuck. And I thought I was gonna win either way.
No.
Slime Generator says, these aren't Mario Kart ripoffs, they're trying to chase that TuxKart clout.
Maybe that's the framing of the series we should have gone with.
Cursed Tux Racers. Oh, just right back to the title screen, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. How can you have a tournament mode when there's 3 fucking...
If you want to play all 3 in a row. Does this have no multiplayer?
This has no multiplayer.
I'll take it.
Yeah, these all end with A, so maybe there's variations, like there's B variations in some of these tracks. Maybe like
I
there's
mean,
like mirror mode versions
what
of these
you're
tracks.
What you're saying makes sense, but I kind of also doubt it. I'm not sure how much documentation there is for this game online where I could figure the answer to that.
I don't think anyone cared to document this. Are you kidding me? You know, I think that's gonna do it for Miracle Space Race.
All right.
We can fly through these last 4.
Well, no, we did the flying one. Now we're back onto the ground and water.
Oh, son of a bitch. Well, this next one then is XS Airboat Racing. This one was developed by Miracle Designs, funny that. Published by XS Games, so a different publisher. they jumped from publishers here. I believe XS Games, they did something that we played before that wasn't very good. I couldn't tell you what. I couldn't tell you what format. I can tell you this game was released June 10th, 2003, so still rockin' in 2003. Speaking of rockin', I see Rocco on the cover here. I'm going to have you play this one.
All right.
So I can continue, so I can finalize the list in the background.
Okay. XS Games did Pure Pinball, which we probably played that.
Maybe.
That
sounds about right. In the pinball
that sounds
show?
right. But I will also say that XS published The Red Star, which I think is a really good PlayStation 2 game.
Oh, did they do a Game Boy Advance racing game?
I could double check that real quick for you, or you can look it up.
I'm just gonna pretend like they did while you play this game, because I still need to get the rankings ready for later. Good luck.
All right. What Game Boy were you asking if they did?
They did some like XS like kart racer, or like maybe it was like disastrous driving. It was something.
Don't know. They did Thunder Alley for Game Boy Advance. Did we do that?
That must be it. That's probably it. That is probably exactly it. Just keep it at 3 laps.
Yeah.
Well, it defaults to 5, so you would need to set the 3 manually.
Oh. You said keep it at, so I just was like, oh.
I thought you were going through them. I thought you were
No, that
scrolling.
default is 5 laps. Wait, I need to check, because the last
It's
one.
gonna be okay.
950.
That's a big jump. 3,
Yeah.
5, 9, 50.
All right, yeah, let's just go to arcade. Got Hogan, Ahab, Chaz, Cadmus, Argyle, Rocco, Flossie, and Paulie. Maybe you see there's 2 unlockables?
There's
Maybe that's where the
unlockables,
girls are.
yeah. That's your incentive right there to
All right, Space A, Neptune, okay, Boulder Canal, Summer Swamp, Aqua Verde.
3 fucking tracks again. Fucking scene.
$20 MSRP, right? That's what I'm guessing.
I don't know offhand, but let's go with that, because it's funny to believe that. Because it's disappointing, because it's frustrating to believe that. I'm making myself mad thinking about them pricing this at anything more than, like, $5.
Anything more than pricing this as you bought this box of Captain Crunch. This doesn't feel good, by the way.
No. You jest.
Like, trying to turn is like a struggle.
I'm going to imagine this controls exactly the same as the spaceships. And will control exactly the same as the carts in one of the next games. And then the ATVs in the other. Because that's how it breaks down.
Whoa. Oh, okay.
This has to be one of the most, like, corrupt, just completely cynical ways to release a game, a series of games, ever.
Super Mario 3D Collection on Switch.
That's bad. I think this is worse. You're literally, like, cutting a game up and releasing, like, what was once a full game as 4 separate games that each on their own are so content light as to be, like, comedic.
Okay, that one goes behind me.
Oh, this apparently has... Hold on. Once you finish this race...
Uh-huh.
Do me a flavor, and you're going to go to the options menu.
Okay. I'm going to set it to 50 laps, and we're going to try it
Yeah,
again.
then we're going to really... Boy, howdy, it's going to be. Slum Generator says, so the first game was flying, this game is boating, the third game will be karting, and the fourth game will be the one-girl character.
Could be a model viewer.
Alright, Get this to the menu for me.
Yeah, I'll just sit here for a second, and there we go.
Go to options. Enter this code. Left, right, L1, R2, R2, L2, square, circle.
That might need to be faster.
Yeah, let me give it a shot. I'm only going to bother doing it for this one, because I think all these games probably have like a similar code, if not the same exact code. Right, oh. I did it. Let's do the
Was
other
something
one,
supposed
too.
to happen,
That's supposed to
obviously?
unlock all characters. Let's unlock all cup and course, too. Oh, heard that one.
I heard something.
Arcade. We didn't unlock the characters.
No.
All right, let's see the tracks now. Boulder Canal, Summer Swamp, Aqua Verde, Sunlit Waters, Summer Swamp 2, Boulder Canal 2, Aqua Verde 2, Sunlit Waters 2, Castle Moat, and then it loops.
9.
And I bet these ones are just mirror versions of these tracks. Okay, so they're not just 3 tracks in the game, but maybe call it like 5.5 tracks per game. That's not fair either. If you average it out, it's more like 7 tracks, or like 6.5, or somewhere in that range. The point is that you can unlock stuff. So it's not as dire, but it's still not great. I still don't think this is a great value proposition for as slight as these are, as no frills. In fact, there's no multiplayer. It's still...
Did the NUON one have multiplayer?
I think it
I know we
did.
couldn't do it.
I believe it did, or the NUON was a single-player console. One of the two. It was either a console that could not do multiplayer at all, or it was a game that had multiplayer in it. I think that'll do it for XS Airboat Racing, which means it is time to move on to the next game. You'll never believe it. It's another Merlin Racing spin-off. This one is ATV Racers. Take home.
I love that cover art.
It looks... I'm getting Trevor McFur vibes off of these guys. The credited developer for this is Midas Interactive, as opposed to Miracle Designs, which is curious. Published by Mud Up Productions. This was released December 2003. I guess we're gonna see it. I guess we'll see about this one. Had to see a guy about a kart racer. Oh, Mud Duck. What have you wrought? There's a Miracle Designs logo, so... Whoa! Who truly made this game? Yeah, so this is absolutely developed by Miracle Designs and just licensed by Midas. So that's more information I'm gonna have to fix in my personal database, my launch box. Boy, howdy, does this look familiar? Is this ringing any bells? Believe it or not, same range of options. You know what?
What?
Cheats. Oh, what do you know? It's the same exact cheat. L1, L2, R2, L. Left, right, L1, R2, R1, L2. There, we unlocked the characters too in this one. Hey, there's Chloe and there's Picasso. Glad to have you back, Chloe. Underground 1, Red Rock 1, Atlantis 1. Those would be your 3 starter tracks. Red Rock 2, Atlantis 2, Underground 2, Atlantis 3. They spoil us. Underground 3, Red Rock 3. 9 tracks again. Let's see Atlantis 3. Let's just jump right into the third Atlantis. Nice Western guitar for Atlantis.
She's beautiful.
Alrighty. So, how does this control compared to Space Race?
Basically the same. Which is to say, not good. Yeah, it's so easy to miss the power-ups. It feels so heavy. It feels like we're underwater, which I guess makes sense because we're in Atlantis. We're riding ATVs, so...
Yeah, heavy is good to describe how the controls are.
That was lap 1 of 5. I think when it comes down to it, all these games are going to have the same exact rating, right? On the list.
Yeah, like, you could, like, just lump it all together as, like...
The Merlin Racing derivatives.
Yeah.
Unless the last one is significantly different in some sort of way.
I'm sure it is.
That's the optimist in me. The silver lining Cassidy.
Like, the last one is just adventure mode spun off on its own thing.
But no option for just doing arcade, for just attacking single tracks.
Yes, just adventure. It's the visual novel mode.
It's just the story beats. No races. What's going on in chat right now? How are people...
Let's see. Slime Generator says, yeah, easy new #1. People asks, why does this game ball games have the Tony Hawk and you wouldn't download a car fonts?
Oh, yeah. It's close enough. You know, I'm going to say this. I don't know how much the AI being functional adds to this game.
Yeah.
It's really not making that much of a difference in my... Basically a non-factor. I really like what they did with the skybox in this level.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the C box.
Yes, thank you. This is turning into like a Wall of Voodoo song. Third. That's gonna do it for ATV Racers. Well, we're just flying through the back half of the show tonight, huh? But there is one last game. It released as part of this series, if you will. This one released in 2004, so they put this one, they left it in the oven for a little extra. And this game is Rascal Racers, with some different looking box art.
I feel the opposite about this box art as I do about the previous box art.
You hate this?
Yeah.
This one was published by Telegames, who got up to a lot of budget publishing and publishing for obsolete consoles at a point in time. Still developed by Miracle Designs, though. So with this being the last in this quadrilogy, if you will, of PS1 conversions of this fucking weird-ass...
Wow, she's beautiful.
Thank you. Let's just get into the goddamn game, why don't we? I'm gonna have you play this one.
All right.
You'll be the first to determine whether or not this is a cut above the rest. If perhaps this is the most fully featured of the spin-offs of the hatchet job they did. Maybe this one will have multiplayer in it. Who's to say? Maybe Telegames demanded more.
All right, let's see. Different designs.
It's interesting that each of these games had different publishers attached. I wonder how they finagled that deal.
Just like went to different publishers wearing different mustaches. 35950. 35950. Yep.
Same goddamn thing. No more, no less than in the other games. I bet it's 9
what's my
tracks.
codes?
Okay, you want to try it?
Why don't you send them to me on Discord, and then I'll just punch them in.
Okay, I can do that for you. I can definitely do that for you. Do this one, and then this one.
That one more time. Oh, okay.
Let's try the second one. Skip the first one. Fuck the first one.
Try that one more time just to make sure, guys. I don't know if I have it. Oh, you know what? Here's why it didn't work. Because I had to open up your thing, and it was in that...
Outside the window, yep.
Yeah. Is it...
Fuck this, I'm...
Yeah, no, you're still set... No, you're still set to...
No, it was correct. Try pressing up and down on your D-pad. Yep,
Yeah,
you're in control. I just made both of us player
right.
1. Alright, let me do this.
Okay,
you
you do
do it. Oh, that second one is tricky. But I got it. Alright, go ahead, start game. Gang's all here.
Snow 1, City 1, Forest 1, Forest 2, Snow 2, City 2, City 3, Snow 3, Forest 3.
You know what, I really appreciate how creative the naming conventions are for these.
I'm gonna do City 2.
I think we did that on the new one. I think we did the
Well,
city
now we
map.
can compare.
Compare and contrast. We're doing the science, so folk at home don't have to.
Oh, my turtle?
Are you
Is that
not
what I'm supposed to
turtly
be?
enough? It's gonna pause it in a second for a second, by the way.
Okay.
There you go. Hope I didn't throw off your momentum too much, sir. I hope I didn't
Nope.
fuck up the race for you royally.
I will say this this actually feels a little bit different than the boats, I think. Still bad. Still
Telegames
real,
is like,
heavy.
no, you're fixing this shit up.
No, it still feels heavy, but it feels different than the boats. Number.
Turbo fuel. Gums. This is what it's like driving in the city. No cars on the road. You drive around in a circle until you get off on your exits.
There are like 8 cars on the road right now, excuse me.
Okay, fair points.
This music feels like it's a Bible game.
Now all these animals are on Noah's Ark, so you're going
Yes.
to...
Wouldn't be the first animal-based racing game we've
It would
played
not.
about the Bible.
Somehow. That we've played on this show. Watch our bad Bible games special, folks.
And
Real
stay tuned
bangers in there.
for this upcoming December when we do it again.
Yeah, where we get the rest of the games we didn't get around to the first time. And maybe there'll be a third one, too. Who's to say?
I won. No, I didn't.
Get fucked. You know, I think that's going to do it for Rascal Racers. I forgot the name of the game, so it was very nice of them to remind us on... No! Sharky, no! Do a tournament. 50 laps, each of the tracks. You go through all 9 of them. So 9 times 50, that's 450 laps.
Uh-huh. Here we go.
I can't stop them. I can't stop them, folks. They've assumed
Lap
control
1
of
of
the show.
50.
Does the snow feel different, at least?
No. Can you imagine doing a 50-lap race? That's a
No.
joke, right? They put this in as a joke.
As a prank.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the first games, one of the only games on PlayStation that actually had a network connection, so it could forward the data, it could send the data back home to Miracle Designs so they could track who played 50 laps. And that server never pinged.
Send the
It
police
never
to their
happened.
house. Don't know what they're up to, but it's not good. Alright. 2 of 50.
Go to hell. That's it for Rascal Racers. I'm cutting you off. For your own good. Well, that's all the games we have tonight. Barring Beano Town Racing, which disqualified for various reasons. So you know what time it is before we can end the show proper. Gotta rank some damn games. Let's see that list. Oop. Scrolled to the wrong part of it. Alright, here we go, from the top. And then we scroll down. We've played a lot of games on this series
Yes.
already, 49 of them. now it's time to add Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour.
Is any game going to be on the upper half of this list tonight? At all?
No.
All right.
Well, I see we put Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour on the Game Boy Color at the 30 spot.
Yes.
Was this better or worse than the... I think it was better than the Game Boy Color game.
For the PS1, I think it was better. I did appreciate some things about it. Like, it did let you just pick whatever track you wanted if you were doing multiplayer. It ran awful. Not the worst running thing we did tonight, but there's easy ways to break it.
Where do we get is better or worse than Street Racer? Or no, but fuck that. Better or worse than Woody Woodpecker Racing?
On which console?
PS1.
PS1? Okay, I was not really negative on it until that last map.
Yeah.
Where, like,
where we
everything
learned.
broke. Like, prior to that, it was alright. I would actually put it... Scroll up a bit on this list.
Better than Mario Kart Super Circuit?
Honestly, Mario Kart Super Circuit was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad.
I think it's better than Space Race. I really hated Space Race. But I would put it right above Space Race.
But below Lego Racers on the Game Boy Color?
What do you think?
I'm going to put it above that. I'm going to put one above that. I'm going to put below Crazy Racers, which did piss me off. Konami Crazy Racers. That game did get my goat, but I could at least recognize it as being pretty ambitious.
I'm not trying to let my recency bias of playing, like, a terrible map take over from, like, everything else that I thought was alright about that game. It was very strict. It was very rough on a player, though. Like, you had to get first place to get anywhere.
No doubts. All right, TuxKart.
I feel bad about... Like, this is, like, very close to the bottom of the list. Like, it is, like, broken. But I feel bad about it because it's just, like, one or two people doing this as a passion project.
Okay, I will grant you this. Do you want to disqualify this game on account of not wanting to punch down on it? On account of it being, like, a one-man project that just
this is the thing
sold for money?
This is the thing I don't want to punch down on. Because, like, objective is not the word. But if I were to, like... rank it with the same consideration as I do any of these other games, it would be one of the worst ones. But I don't want to punch down on, like, a freeware passion project like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We're gonna spare TuxKart the indignity of showing up on the list. Gubble Buggy Racer, though, will not.
Now, like I said, I don't want to punch down on a passion project.
Shut up!
Gubble. God, tonight has been such a fucking nightmare. I can barely remember Gubble. I can really barely remember Gubble. Holy shit! What?
Yeah, that was in one eyeball out the other. I don't think it was as bad as a Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway.
Give me a second, because I'm gonna do something unprecedented. I'm just gonna look up gameplay on YouTube real quick just to remind myself what did this one look like.
Looked like a 90s PC game.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. Ooh. Okay, where are you thinking right now? Shrek Swamp Kart?
Better than that. Better than Ants Extreme Racing. Probably not as good as Inspector Gadget Racing, which was also really bad. It's in the bottom.
Yeah, like, Gubble was the one, I think, where I said, like, I playing a kart game on a PC is, like, a bad idea.
46. Right below Inspector Gadget Racing.
Sure.
Mickey Speedway for the N64.
It was really subpar for Rare. Especially since Rare kind of already proved that they could do a racing game. Or a kart racing game. It wasn't bad. I don't think it... I mean, the audio was horrible. The audio was, like, a fucking nightmare.
Was it better than Mickey's Racing Adventure or Walt Disney World Quest Racing Magical Tour Place de Force for the Game Boy Color? Was it better than those Game Boy Color games?
I think on a technical level, it was fine. I think it would have ranked above that. A part of me, I do want to rank it lower just because of how obnoxious it was.
Above or below
Like-
Street Racer on PS1?
Street Racer PS1. It was more competent than that. I'm really out trying to weigh competency versus how annoying it was, because like the audio was annoying, the user interface was annoying.
I'm going to put
it's
it
a game
above
that
Street Racer.
yeah.
I hated Street Racer, so...
It's a game that Mickey Speedway played fine, but I hated it so much.
I'm also going to make a correction here. I mentioned Mickey's Racing Adventure for the Game Boy Color earlier being fucking horrible. I'm going to move that down a couple slots. I'm going to put that below Street Racer. I could go lower than this. I could actually drag this like really far down. I viscerally disliked some of the Mickey's Racing. You know what? Fuck it. Still better than BC Racers, which is a game I'm convinced should be like even closer towards the bottom of this list, but we'll do there. That's some reorganization on the fly right there. And that leaves Mickey Speedway as our new 31 for now. Extreme Go-Kart Racing.
That,
That's the one where the drifting...
I think I said bottom 10 on that one, right? Was that the one I said, like, bottom 10? No, that was Toy Story Racer. I think I said bottom 10. Okay, so that was one of the really weird drifting. Like, the really
stiff.
weird drifting. I
could put this below
put it below. I would put it below Gubble, I think.
Worse than Gubble?
Gubble
No.
seemed more manageable.
You know, fuck it. That's fine by me. I'm content to put Extreme Go-Kart Racing at 48. Toy Story Racer for the PS1.
Alright, how bad was Renegade Racers, is the question.
Renegade Racers was fucking rancid.
Okay, I remember it now. Okay. I would put it...
It's above Renegade Racers.
Yeah, I would, but I'm trying to think, would I put it above Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway? I think I would, and I'm not sure if I would go any higher than that personally. I really hated Toy Story Racer. That,
Yeah,
like,
I think, yeah.
I could go on and on about why. I think one thing I want to point out from the start is that it's a racing game that starts with battle mode.
Look at how high Muppet Race Mania has climbed, just by virtue of how shitty so many of these games are. This is such a stupid show. This is such a stupid format we're doing. Smurf Racer.
Well, better than Toy Story Racer, that's true.
Yeah, I'll give you that much.
I would say better than Muppet Race Mania. Better than Atari Karts, absolutely.
Better than Street Racer on the Game Boy? I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah.
Better than Crash Nitro Kart on the N-Gage.
That was a weird case, where the game would have been so much better if it wasn't in a weird-ass aspect ratio. Better than... Okay, Wacky Races on the Dreamcast, I think. Better compared... For as much stuff as Smurf Kart has, right? It has a lot of tracks. It has a lot of characters. It still feels so barren.
Mm-hmm. It feels like it could have been anything, and they just happened to settle on Smurfs for the license for it. Artificial Minded Movement can do better.
Yeah, I'm okay with below Wacky Races.
Alright. Moorhuhn Kart.
Okay. Let me think. Is it worse than Renegade Racers? Renegade Racers wasted your fucking time.
I don't know if we're gonna find something. I mean, this looked like... This was the most primitive game of the night, and a night where we played TuxKart.
I'm... Again, this is, for me, is it above or below Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway? I think it might be below. I feel like
it might be, yeah.
Somewhat less functional than that.
you know, someone out there might be a big enough a fan of Shrek that Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway might appeal to them. Maybe. This is really heavy theoretical here. But no one gives a fuck about Moorhuhn, and they kept putting out Moorhuhn games. So I think that's as fine a spot as it for it as any.
Uh-oh.
Launchbox is crashing in the background. That's fine, I don't need it open. I just hope it doesn't take up my entire computer with it. You know, we'll finish the show and then I'll worry about... Oh, never mind. There's a lot of stuff happening on my computer right now. Merlin Racing we're disqualifying, and we're merging all these games into one.
Yes. We're having the Merlin block.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Oh, good. Launchbox finally crashed in the background, so that's actually good. It means I don't gotta worry about it. Merlin Racing derivatives. I'm gonna un-italicize it so you know that it is. Miracle Designs. Yeah, this is gonna be an odd one on the list.
Yeah.
And then we have to rate it. We have to rank it, and that's gonna be a curious thing to do. We're rating all these games, basically.
That... They were more controllable than Toy Story Racer. I'll say that at least. Where were they compared to Gubble? Better than Gubble? Like, now that we know that each game doesn't just have 3 tracks.
Okay,
right?
yes, I'll grant you that. So they have at least some amount of content, but it's so no frills. Gubble Buggy Racer had fucking multiplayer.
Yes.
So, okay. There's 2 things you have to consider here. One is, like, the functional quality and the breadth of content available in it, right? You know, the part of it that makes it a game. And then the second thing to consider is just the business plan here, the model, the idea they had for distribution here, conning 4 different publishers, or 3 different publishers, into splitting this game up in the way they did.
Is that a fair thing? Do we want to bring morality into how we rank a game, like, on a list like this in terms of, like, how good they are to play?
I think it's not a morality question. For me, this is straight up a matter of fleecing the consumer, which I don't like.
Well,
I think it's deceptive and rude of them to do that.
I know we're lumping these all into one unit, but I think we should approach it as if I only had, like, one of these games. Like, we're lumping them in because they all play the same.
Because they are effectively the same goddamn game.
Right. But if we were to look at this and say, like, hey, this is just... I had this one game that had, like, 9 tracks. Most of them were mirrors, though. Like, where would we put that?
Okay. So if we just take it as standalone game.
Yeah.
Assess it on gameplay, any one of them, because they're all the goddamn same.
I would put it at least above Extreme Go-Kart Racing, I think. Because it felt more controllable than that.
I would put it above Gubble Buggy Racer. Even. In terms of, like, actual play.
Yeah.
So
like,
I would slot it at 48.
Yeah. I think we should do it based on actual play. Like, there's something else to be said about how they split it up, but I don't think that affects, like, the rating of any one individual game.
I don't know if I agree with that. Okay, here's the thing. We have that, you know, if we're calling this the Merlin Racing derivatives, we also have to include Merlin Racing in some capacity. We have to know that Merlin Racing exists. The original, the NUON game.
Yeah, I mean, we could rank the original.
But what I'm saying is, as I look at this...
But we actually... No, we excluded the original because we couldn't play it properly.
Yes, that is the reason behind that. But, like, here's the thing. They could have taken Merlin Racing and just put that on the PS1. That would have ranked higher. There is no reason in the world why they had to do it this way. They weren't filling out fucking CD-ROMs. They made a conscious decision to piecemeal their own product. What was at one point a full, complete, fully rounded product, and they butchered it.
And I think that's part of the reason why it ranks low, is because, like, by piecemealing each game, it has made them way more sparse. than like the experience already was.
I
think if it was just Merlin racing, or if it was just this like seemingly worse controlling version of it, that it would still rank higher in that case. I think being this low is still, viewing them as individual games. It's like, yeah, it's about at a 48 on the
it's
current
bottom
list.
10, which is, somewhat fitting. Yeah, okay. I'll live with that.
Yeah, the way I see it is if we just if you were to just pick a game at random out of like a big bag, and you picked up Miracle Space Race, and you just played it and ranked the base off of that, like wherever to go, rather than like looking at the overall story of how was this released in relation to other things and the backstory of all that stuff. Like that gets into factors that are important in the grand scheme of thing, but yes, unknown to a person who is just trying to rank this as a game.
Let me just say that if we were ranking it based off of like a full picture, a full view, with like historical context, the way that I would like personally choose to rate it, fucking 55. I would go this low with it because I'm just so peeved. I'm so frustrated on behalf of consumers for what they fucking do. I'm frustrated for Miracle Design. I'm frustrated at them and for them because, they had the misfortune of making what seems to be a pretty content-rich game for a console that no one fucking owned. And their solution was not to try it again, was not to take that, and bring it to the PS1 as was. Their solution, or what was forced on them, who's to say? We have no idea. We have no idea what happened behind the scenes, but at some level, some executive, some fucking doofus had the idea to split this game into 4 separate fucking games, and then that person should be shot. Because that's like fucking criminal. It's so fucking rude to the consumer. I can't get over it. If I bought one of these 4 games and found out that it was a full version of this game that they just like stripped it off, if I came into the knowledge, having played an excess whatever, and being like, oh, this is 1/4 of fucking game, I'd be furious.
I would say, to defend my point of like just ranking things based on the game itself and not the story, where's Scunny Kart on this list?
Way too high up, I can tell you that much.
But to say, because we're talking about the game that was literally stolen.
But I like the audacity of it. When it comes to Scunny Kart, when it comes to Copysoft, the idea of the name of the studio literally being Copysoft and then stealing someone's game, I almost want to give them points for that. And then that should put them up on the list in my books. Should put it one above fucking Wacky Wheels. But that's not how it works.
Right. I think we should just keep it to the gameplay experience itself.
All right. With that sorted, it is time to run down the list. Number 1, CTR Crash Team Racing. Number 2, Mario Kart 64. Number 3, Diddy Kong Racing. Number 4, Lego Racers for the N64. Number 5, Crash Nitro Kart for the GBA. Number 6, Speed Bunks. Number 7, Looney Tunes Racing for the PS1. Number 8, Chocobo Racing. Number 9, Super Mario Kart. Number 10, Nicktoons Racing for the GBA. Number 11, Sonic Drift 2. Number 12, Sonic Drift. Number 13, Mega Man Battle and Chase. Number 14, Bomberman Fantasy Race. Number 15, Wacky Races for the Game Boy Color. Number 16, Scars. Number 17, Wacky Wheels. Number 18, Super Karts. Number 19, Konami Crazy Racers. Number 20, Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour for the PlayStation 1. Number 21, Lego Racers for the Game Boy Color. Number 22, Looney Tunes Space Race for the Dreamcast. Number 23, Mario Kart Super Circuit. Number 24, Nicktoons Racing for the Game Boy Color this time. Number 25, Cartoon Network Speedway for the GBA. Number 26, Looney Tunes Racing for the Game Boy Color. Number 27, Toy Story Racer for the Game Boy Color. Number 28, Woody Woodpecker Racing for the Game Boy Color. Number 29, Nicktoons Racing for PC. Number 30, Walt Disney World Quest Magical Racing Tour for the Game Boy Color. Number 31, Mickey Speedway USA. Number 32, Street Racer. I almost said Speed Racer there. for the PS1. Number 33, Woody Woodpecker Racing for the PS1. Number 34, Wacky Racers for the PS1. Number 35, Mickey's Racing Adventure for the Game Boy Color. Number 36, BC Racers for the 32X. Number 37, Scunny Kart. Number 38, Ants Racing for the Game Boy Color. Number 39, Wacky Racers for the Dreamcast. Number 40, Smurf Racer for the PS1. Number 41, Crash Nitro Kart for the N-Gage. Number 42, Doraemon Kart. Number 43, Street Racer for the Game Boy. Number 44, Atari Karts. Number 45, Muppet Race Mania. Number 46, Digimon Racing. Number 47, Inspector Gadget Racing. 48, Merlin Racing Derivatives et al. Number 49, Gubble Buggy Racer. Number 50, Extreme Go-Kart Racing. Number 51, Kororo Gunso Taiketsu Kororo Kart. Number 52, Ants Extreme Racing for the Game Boy Advance. Number 53, Toy Story Racer for the PS1. Number 54, Shrek Swamp Kart Speedway. Number 55, Moorhuhn Kart. Number 56, Renegade Racers, and at the bottom of the fucking list, number 57, South Park Rally in its PlayStation 1 capacity. This list keeps getting longer, dog. I'm not going to be able to keep that gimmick up forever, where I get to read through everything. But for as long as I can manage, I'm going to keep that gimmick going. Another successful night, Sharky.
Yep.
And on that note, folks, thank you for joining us for another installment of Kursed Kart Racers, episode the 6th. 2 weeks from now, we'll do our episode 7. What do we have in store for that episode? Let me give myself an idea. Episode 7, as I currently have it, we will be jumping into. Finally, we will be making our way into the 6th generation, the PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube era, as we near the release of one Mario Kart Double Dash in the year 2003. But before we get there, there are some games that came out before it that existed in that twilight period between Mario Kart 64 and Double Dash. There was still a few years there of games coming out for the PS2 without a model, without something to rip off. Some of them even come from Nintendo. So there is a game coming next episode that I'm very much looking forward to, that I think is going to be maybe one of my favorite kart racers that might just ascend very quickly to the top of the list. But we'll see that when we see that, which will be 2 weeks from now, bi-weekly, returning to that in some capacity. Speaking of scheduled stuff, let's quickly fly through Tuesday, the 18th, coming up, is going to be a fight night. It's going to be Sharky versus Johnny for a change of pace. Even though I'm around, I'm just going to referee it. How about that? How about I just stand in the middle?
You want to host it over Parsec?
Maybe. We'll figure that out. We will figure out the logistics of that, but I do want to see that matchup. I would like to put someone to the challenge of trying to topple you, who has dominated the Fight Night series, pretty much winning every single episode except for one. There's one fluke episode, but Thursday the 20th, we are coming back to and finishing Afterfall Insanity. Finally, that was one that was suggested by one of our patrons on our Discord server. More on that in a minute. And then Saturday the 22nd, we don't have something slotted just yet, but it'll be a theme night or variety show of some sort, as it always is. Folks, if you like what you saw here tonight, if you enjoyed the show, consider joining our Discord server, discord.gg/bghof. This Discord community for the Bad Game Hall of Fame, wherein you can join our community of connoisseurs, hang out with us in calls, play games with us. We're going to ramp up some of the activities in there in the near future. So now is as good a time as any. Man, now's maybe the best time to join. Who's to say? And if you really like what we're doing here, you can consider financially supporting us, potentially. Subscribing on Twitch, pledging on Patreon, becoming a member on YouTube. Any or all of the above will grant you access to the exclusive Patreon Saints channel on said Discord server, wherein you can vote in polls, make suggestions, help steer the direction of the show. And we'll appreciate you for it a lot. especially in a post-move world where I'm figuring things out as they as they come, rolling with the hits, rolling with the punches here. So we appreciate people who have continued to back us through this turbulent period of time. If you're unable to financially support us at this current juncture, we completely understand, of course. Consider, if you want to help out the show, sharing videos from our suggested viewing playlist. If you go to our YouTube channel, it'll be on the channel page. You'll see a suggested viewing playlist. It's 20 hand-picked episodes that we think make for good onboarding onto this show of ours if you want to introduce people to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Or maybe you know someone who's a big Moorhuhn fan. There's got to be one of them out there, right? They kept making those goddamn Moorhuhn games. There better be someone who was enjoying them, who was buying them.
There are so many people out there playing Moorhuhn Wilds right now that there's got to be someone who's into
Shut up.
the older kart game.
Save that joke for the podcast record tomorrow. But we also just appreciate you, to put a tidy bow on that. We appreciate you just tuning in, folks. We appreciate you showing up to these goofy-ass shows, coming back after that period of influx, as we'll call it. But we're back now. Back on track. Who can we raid at this hour? Proton John is doing a fortune cookie stream. I got Steam Sailed edition, so it looks like they're probably just flying through a bunch of weird Steam stuff. Who's to say if it's good or bad? Who's to say if people can hear the motorcycles driving outside? Even though I'm some stories up right now, I can still hear street level traffic. So that's a fun little quirk of this new living situation, which I'm still working to soundproof a little bit. Hopefully tonight's show sounded a little closer to the usual. I'm hoping to get back to that baseline at some point soon. We'll continue working on it. We'll continue producing the show. The Bad Game Hall of Fame continues to ride. I have been Clutch Cassidy.
And I've been 5 frames per Charky.
Very good. Thank you again one last time for tuning in, folks. And come back 2 weeks from now for yet more Kursed Kart Racers in the series that never fucking ends. This series might as well be 50 laps for all intents and purposes. Bye!
Good night, everybody.